Yo, what up? Congratulations, Stitching No Fap. You are first. There was a thingy dingy I wanted to look up. Can't remember now. Is this a Muslim fitness influencer chick? It's fucking retarded. Yeah, I am a bit late. Just had some poopy and doopy going on today, and I had to end up streaming later. First time did a floor press today. They didn't have any benches in the barbell section. I think floor presses are fucking stupid. It's literally just a bench press. It doesn't feel any different to me. Who is a stronger puncher, a strong bencher, or a strong overhead presser? I can almost guarantee you with 100% certainty it's going to be the bench presser. You don't punch overhead. Punch forward. So bench, pretty much guaranteed, is going to have better carryover.
Most people see aging as wrinkles, sore joints, back pain, and gray hair. But
yeah, I know Frank uploaded a new vid. We're going to react to that.
Scientists are constantly discovering the underlying mechanisms that drive the aging process. In 2013, Lopez Otin and colleagues proposed 9 hallmarks of aging, things like genomic instability, telomere shortening, mitochondrial dysfunction, and cell senescence. In 2023, they added 3 more to the list, such as chronic inflammation, loss of autophagy, and gut dysbiosis. In this video, I'm going to talk about a potential 13th hallmark of aging that I predict will be added to the list in the next few years.
You won't be able to choose a difficulty for Black Ops 7 campaign. That's a really strange choice.
Talking about is circadian clock dysfunction. There have been several interesting papers over the last few years pointing out that there's a strong link between the circadian rhythms and aging. What are these circadian rhythms? Circadian rhythms are your body's natural day and night cycles that repeat roughly every 24 hours. It's basically your body's internal clock that regulates your hormones, body temperature, energy levels, strength, and even blood pressure. For example, natural testosterone production peaks in the morning around 9 AM, whereas your body temperature is the highest in the evening at around 6 to 7 PM. The way aging comes into play is by blunting the fluctuation in these hormones. Younger people maintain robustness.
Breaking news: Vegiana from the Young Turds has spread anti-Semitism and now is finally facing the consequences for it.
Too bad she's not in Gaza.
Oh my god.
Think, man, if we had you in Gaza, then we'd murder you.
Yeah, just like they're murdering everyone else in Gaza.
Right.
Intentionally.
So,
Yes, that's the point. So go to Gaza, please.
I mean, it's a confession wrapped in a death threat.
One person calls me a whore, followed with, pretty clear we need to unalive you.
Okay, so, I mean, again, Israeli...
Yeah, okay. You're a bitch. What do you expect? Go fuck yourself. Like any of us care. What a fucking idiot. What a just weenie asshole dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I think it was.
Oh yeah, this was fucked. Definitely want to react to that.
Appreciate your vids. Bitches are so stuck up these days making guys wait for puss no FK that I'll just get to escort and she'll just obey easily, like I don't want to pay for pleasure, but at this point it's just convenient I can get a BJ for a good price.
True. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Diet.
And big swings in their circadian rhythms. They produce a lot of cortisol in the morning, which is supposed to wake you up and energize you for the day. And they also produce a lot of melatonin in the evening to support sleep. Older individuals, on the other hand, have lower fluctuations in cortisol, melatonin, and body temperature. Their circadian rhythm is more flatlined. This graph illustrates it very nicely. You can see that adults produce a lot of melatonin and a lot of cortisol at the right times of the day. But for older people, it's nearly a complete flatline. I call this the chronic jet lag syndrome. Your body doesn't know what time of the day it is because there's no swings in these hormones. These fluctuations in hormones tell your body what time of the day it is and control all other hormones and other processes inside the body. As a result of that, older people sleep worse, they sleep shorter, they have poorer inflammation status, they have poorer metabolic health and lower energy levels. As a result of that chronic circadian disruption and chronic jet lag, your body experiences higher DNA damage and higher inflammation. There's overwhelming amount of research showing that circadian rhythm disruption increases the risk of neurodegeneration, cancer, diabetes.
You heard of the band Bring Me the Horizon? Apparently they officially became...
Watch the full Jenk vid meltdown just gets worse and worse.
Okay, look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, retard. They officially became terrorists at their first show. Or latest show. Never heard of them. I'm assuming it has something to do with the pro-Palestine
That's
bullshit.
why it's deeply ironic when they keep throwing around that anti-Semitic word, right? Which now means absolutely nothing. They ruined that word. It used to mean something, now it means heroic fighter for peace. And because if you fight for peace, they're gonna call you an anti-Semite, guaranteed, guaranteed. And they're gonna say it 2 billion times over because it's a one-trick pony and they're giant liars and all they love to do is smear everyone else. They're like, oh, don't ignore our genocide. The real problem is people criticizing us. They're so evil and hateful. You know what, everybody's sick of that. We're vomiting that word. We can't stand it anymore. Now when anybody uses the word anti-Semite, they're almost definitely a racist. Because they're the ones who say, no, yeah, Israeli children are the most precious children in the world. I think Israeli children are as precious as every child on the planet Earth. I hope none of them ever get hurt, right? Now we say the same thing for about Palestinian children. They're like, no, you're an
yeah, Israeli children matter more than Palestinian children. I would rather Palestinian children die versus Israeli children. And there's a very good fucking reason for that. Palestinian children are indoctrinated into radical Islam and taught to idealize Nazism and fascism. So yes, I'd rather save the children that are being raised by sane, rational adults.
To come to China, it's a very important relationship. As you know, we're taking a lot of money in from China because of the tariffs and the different things, and it's a very important relationship. We're going to get along good with China. I hear so many stories about we're not going to allow their students, or we're going to allow their students to come in. We're going to allow, it's very important, 600,000 students. It's very important.
That's a lot of Chinese students.
But we're going to get along with China. But it's a different relationship that we have now with China. It's a much better relationship economically than it was before. With Biden, boy, what he allowed.
Yes, Biden ruined everything.
But nothing's going to happen to medical. We have something coming up, favored nations. where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,500% where a pill that sells in Germany for $10 costs $150 here, because we can cost cut.
Dude, he can't possibly have a healthy brain.
I like it.
I gotta
but
listen to that
nothing's going to
again.
happen to medical. We have something coming up, favored nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,500%.
There's something wrong with him. We all know he's stupid. Like, there's something actually wrong with this guy. I think he's not going to live much longer. Like, he's got a few more months left to live, and then he's going to die. That is such a weird fucking thing for him to say. I know he's stupid, but, like, I mean, that is such basic math. Reduce drug prices by 1,400 to 1,500%? So they're free now and you get money for taking drugs? Like, he has some serious fucking health issue that's affecting his brain. Over an hour of questions today, none about the, the hand. Yeah, he has congestive heart failure. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Hi VG. If you are on 20 milligrams test per day, then how many times in a year do you have to make a blood test? And what biomarkers do you have to test for? THX in advance.
I'd recommend getting a blood test maybe 3 times a year. Like, again, after your first test, if you've been on testosterone after a couple months, you're gonna kind of know what your biomarkers are gonna be. So testosterone's just very predictable, doesn't have too many side effects, and at a lower dose like that, I would just test. It's mostly just basic shit you'd get on a normal blood test anyway. I would just make sure that you have cystatin C, which is a better marker for kidney disease. Get a lipid panel done, and test your red blood cell count and hematocrit. But thanks for the donation, Bloodwork. Appreciate it.
How did you get on Fix Fearless show? I want to go on to ask some questions.
He does a live stream. You click the link to talk to him when he does the live stream, and then he might invite you on. Thanks for the donation, Keith.
Why do so many people like the Young Turks defend Nazism these days, VG?
Because they're retarded and gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Arg, Trump is so dumb, how could anyone with a brain still defend him?
Well, the people who do not have brains. So it's a trick question. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Just random vids, donate $2. Tofu water hack.
Water from tofu, froth up like aquafaba. I'm giving it a try, and in just seconds, I'm stunned. It whipped up into a creamy froth 5 times faster than chickpea liquid, and all this time I've been pouring tofu water down the drain. And it turns out it's full of culinary potential. Naturally, I had to put it to the ultimate test, a vegan egg. I mixed it with some nutritional yeast, salt, turmeric, garlic powder, and I added chickpea flour as the base. Pouring the batter into a well-oiled pan, and wow! The fluff factor is real! After flipping it, it flattened out a bit. Next time I'll try steaming it for extra volume. But it still came out delicious. Built a vegan egg and avocado toast. Now I'm dreaming of tofu mayo, tofu desserts with whipped tofu cream. The possibilities are endless.
That's interesting. I fucking hate how Instagram is way too fucking loud all the time, though.
Deporting all the illegal aliens, we should give them a mission. Capture 5 child predators, dead or alive, and in exchange, they can get their papers.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Code Pink's new all-time low. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me?
Said never again, and they lied!
So we are outside the Holocaust Museum today, right after a report came out that showed that Gaza is in a state of starvation. And so we are here, some of us in these...
Well, they're getting paid by the Chinese Communist Party, so I guess whatever they're getting paid is worth doing that horse shit. That is fucking crazy. Like, even for them. That's pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
Obesity, hypertension, and heart disease. Every function, every process, every metabolic pathway, every hormone is regulated by the circadian rhythms.
I'm watching you with a friend while building Lego. He's not vegan, but he feels guilty about it. Give him a piece of your mind.
You're an asshole. I hope you choke and die on one of those Lego pieces. Go vegan, you fuckwit. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Moans.
If your circadian clocks are working properly, your body works like clockwork. If the clocks are misaligned, your body goes through higher amounts of stress and a greater requirement for repair that accelerates aging. I think we've all...
Do the Gazins think the Holocaust is a myth and that Hitler was a hero?
Yeah. Yeah. And the United Nations helped distribute Holocaust denial textbooks in Gaza and the West Bank. Just living in fucking crazy world. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
all experience jet lag at least once in our life. Imagine experiencing it 24/7. That's what I would imagine being 80 years old feels like. Now that we know the problem, how do you fix it? Circadian rhythms have three major hallmarks that degrade during aging. They are, number one, oscillation or fluctuation in different hormones like cortisol and melatonin. High cortisol in the morning, low cortisol in the evening. High melatonin at night, low melatonin in the morning. Number two, free running. That the circadian rhythm persists under constant conditions. It means that if you were to live in a dark cave for 24 hours, your circadian rhythms would continue to operate normally. High cortisol in the morning and high melatonin at night. Number three, entrainment or receiving the cues from the environment that regulate circadian rhythms, such as light, movement, food, and electromagnetic fields. All of these factors influence other hallmarks of aging and also the hallmarks of cancer, which means that as the hallmarks of circadian rhythms deteriorate, the hallmarks of aging and the hallmarks of cancer proliferate. You increase the risk of cancer and accelerate aging. I want to take a quick break to tell you about the Bond Charge infrared sauna blankets, my go-to way of getting 20-minute sauna sessions on the go without...
That is fucking stupid. Saunas don't do fucking anything, just stupid. Wow. He's promoting that stupid fucking horse shit that Rhonda Patrick and Huberman were promoting. Saunas do not reduce risk of heart disease, sudden cardiac death, hypertension. They were basing that off a fucking paper that was, I think, it was either a cross-sectional, I think it was a cross-sectional survey. People who are healthier use a sauna more often because saunas are extremely stressful on your body. If you're exposed to extremely high temperatures, the increase in heart rate and shit, that is extremely stressful for somebody who's like overweight, diabetic, has heart disease. So they tend to use the sauna less or not at all. So it's basically like survivor bias, where people who use the sauna more often are just healthier. So they can tolerate the sauna better than less healthy people. But the sauna does not do anything. There's no randomized trials showing a sauna reduces risk of any of this shit. He's promoting absolute fucking garbage. Wonder how much they're paying him to promote this, like, stupid fucking dumb fuck. Yeah, a blanket that makes you warm. Fucking idiot.
Alright, back to the video.
Trump fired one of the Federal Reserve chair governors this evening and claimed it was 'cause she lied on some application and committed mortgage fraud. As if Trump hasn't committed a little mortgage fraud. Anyways, I hope interest rates get cut by 500%.
Didn't he fire someone else who gave like a job report that he thought was not flattering? His administration is just entirely incompetent, and they're just firing off the most competent people and replacing them with loyalists. That's all he's really doing. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
How much further can things unravel? Feels like we're at the event horizon. I'm determined to enjoy it regardless.
I don't know, but I'm enjoying my tofu. That's all that really matters. Thanks for the donation, Allah, best of scammers.
Let's start with fixing oscillation, but we also have to talk about entrainment, because to fix oscillation, you need to entrain your circadian rhythms properly. This means bright light exposure upon waking for at least 10 to 15 minutes. This bright light signals the brain that it's the morning, and it increases cortisol production, which anchors your circadian rhythm to the morning. Light is the #1 regulator of circadian rhythms. Ideally, it should be from the sun, because you're getting unique wavelengths of light from the sun that you don't get from the seasonal affective disorder lamps. But the bright lamps are better than nothing at all. For older people, bright light exposure might not be enough to produce enough cortisol, because they've already aged substantially. That's why I think that higher caffeine intake might be useful, because caffeine raises cortisol. Your natural cortisol is low, so you need some extra kick. Just consume the caffeine in the morning. This might also be the reason why coffee consumption is associated with lower rates of heart disease, lower rates of Alzheimer's, and lower rates of cancer. The caffeine partly contributes to circadian regulation. You can also exercise in the morning because exercise is another cue. If you exercise earlier in the day, you shift your entire circadian rhythm earlier into the day. If you exercise later in the day, you shift your circadian rhythm later into the day. Nighttime exercise will also disrupt the circadian rhythm, but people with a late chronotype will still shift their circadian rhythm earlier if they exercise in the evening, whereas early chronotype people shift their circadian rhythm later. Next, block artificial blue light at night. This disrupts your melatonin production, reducing your sleep quality and
You know, I heard about some of this shit. The blue light crap from the phone. The amount of blue light that's gonna be emitted from your phone is, like, non-existent. It's so fucking negligible. I'm pretty sure this whole thing is a complete myth. Like, it's just a tiny, tiny
At
little
Dodo.
bit.
Reminder, Netanyahu has constantly takes quotes from Hitler about Zios being God's chosen people and to ethnically cleanse the indigenous homeland to expand greater Israel no matter the war crimes. And also, Israel is a pedo haven. Fuck Israel.
That's great. You're a gay retard. Chances are the reason why phone use before bed is particularly bad for sleep is just because of how people use their phones. So you're just going to end up getting interested in a bunch of shit on social media. Your brain is gonna start getting amped up and charged. You're gonna start scrolling through stuff, and then you're going to get too excited to sleep. I don't think it has anything to fucking do with blue light. Again, because the amount of blue light coming from your phone is incredibly minuscule.
Yes, just enjoy this planet while it lasts, because the apocalypse is coming soon thanks to climate change, which the conservatives in office just don't care about.
Yeah, well, you know, what can you do? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Are Asian girls goated, or are their butts too small? Depends on the Asian. There's some Asians with some pretty good butts.
Disrupting your circadian rhythms. You can dim down the lights, wear blue blocking glasses, use screen filters, etc. Older people also suffer here because their bodies aren't making that much melatonin, which contributes to their reduced sleep quality and duration. That's just part of aging, but it's not healthy and you want to avoid that. So as you get older, you should consider melatonin supplementation to force higher melatonin levels and maintain circadian oscillation. You can also take melatonin whenever you've changed time zones or have jet lag, to quickly realign your circadian rhythms. Next, maintaining a consistent sleep schedule appears to be as important as total sleep duration when it comes to health, and going to bed around the same time also maintains circadian oscillations. Having a very irregular sleep schedule causes circadian disruption and keeps your body guessing. Having regular meal times also fits here. If you eat your food around the same time every day, your body develops a circadian rhythm around that, which strengthens oscillations. You definitely want to avoid eating at night and too close to bedtime. The reason you see lower oscillation with age is partly because of damage to the circadian clock system and the brain that hosts the master circadian clock called the SCN. The brain shrinks during age and it accumulates different waste material. This also results in lower circadian.
Do you recommend working out each exercise routine more than just once a week, such as push-pull and legs, for example? Well, you should be training each body part at least twice per week. I don't know if that's what you're asking.
Circadian free running. Fortunately, there's research that you can reverse the degradation of the circadian clocks. The key metabolite for this reversal is NAD, which is a major coenzyme involved in energy metabolism and every other process in the body. NAD maintains the robustness of your circadian clock system and circadian rhythms. Ways to increase NAD include calorie restriction, time-restricted eating, exercise, dietary polyphenols, and circadian rhythm alignment itself. Supplementing NAD boosters is also another potential way to increase NAD during aging, because older people tend to have lower NAD. The interesting thing here is that the chronic jet lag syndrome that's the result of aging coincides with the NAD reduction that happens during aging as well. That's because NAD is involved with the circadian rhythms, and circadian rhythm alignment is linked to NAD production and NAD recycling. So it's a vicious cycle. Circadian disruption causes low NAD, and low NAD causes circadian disruption. Looking at the sunset,
I do push-pull legs and shoulders once every week. Yeah, so you should train each body part at least twice per week. Oh my god, what in the fuck is Gummy doing? Dude, I swear that cat is fucking insane. You know, I got an automatic feeder. For some reason, Gummy prefers his food getting hand delivered to him. So when I put the automatic feeder out and, you know, the food comes out, he still, like, isn't satisfied. He wants me personally to hand deliver his food, or else he will just constantly meow and complain at me that you need to give me food. The food coming out of the feeder doesn't count. You fucking asshole. So give me the food hand delivered, you human. So I can't, like, use that, like, the automatic feeder, when I'm around. Like, I have to use, like, if I go out all day or something, I'll use it, but I literally cannot use the automatic feeder because he demands that I hand deliver his food. It's fucking insane. Alright, Frank has some new videos up. He has one new short and one new video.
Frankie's Free Range Meat is not just about meat. We have some of the highest quality frozen prepared foods you will ever have. This is an
Sourdough pizza. That sounds horrific, and it doesn't look great.
organic sourdough pizza made with a 3-day fermented organic flour. We have raw A2 mozzarella cheese from a local Amish farm, and we have hand-grown white tomato sauce, something
Yeah, I know Alistair Crowley. Who gives a shit?
that you will not see anywhere else, and we are topping that off with 2-year aged Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Parmesan cheese is horrible. Oh no. What's going on here? Oh. Where's the ball? Alright, there you go. Gummy likes playing fetch.
And these are also made on a traditional stone oven, whereas most frozen pizzas are on a conveyor belt. So this is not only
As far as I understand, he just has an oven.
the highest quality pizza from an ingredient perspective, it's also going to taste a lot better than any other frozen pizza on the market. These are
Buddy, it's sourdough, so no.
available, guys, on frankiesfreerangemeat.com. We have just the plain cheese now, but we might do a few more flavors in the future. Frankie's Free Range Meat. What's up, guys? We're down here at Frankie's Free Range Meat.
A cat prefers you to hand food, rather than a feeder, because it's a form of bonding. You underestimate the cat's emotional needs because you're a prick on steroids.
Where'd your ball? Oh, fuck. Alright, well, I guess I will hand deliver his food. Where's your ball? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh. Where did it go? Oh, it's stuck. There you go. Oh, silly gum gum. Oh. Oh.
Your cat is so precious, VG.
Yes, I know. He's your very special sweetie. You're so big. Yeah, you're a big baby. Ah, what the fuck? You bit me. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Blackberry donated $3. Let me see.
Do anti-nutrients really matter? If you guys are unfamiliar, they are basically negative compounds in plant foods that can impair our own nutrient absorption. It's a big argument that carnivore dieters make for plant foods being bad for you. You can't eat vegetables, they have anti-nutrients. Now, I was carnivore for 8 years, which took me to basically liver failure, so I understand the importance of a balanced diet after nearly dying. A plant food is only bad if it does not offer caloric nutrition, specifically things like kale, broccoli, dark green vegetables. These do not contain any nutrients our bodies need, just excessive amounts of flavonoids, carotenoids, and many minerals we can't digest and absorb from them. From a natural perspective, it wouldn't make sense to eat a food so low in calories, these high water volume leafy greens especially. Grains, on the other hand, here we have some oats, offer massive caloric nutrition, and the anti-nutrients, phytic acid for instance, oxalates, are mostly neutralized in the traditional preparation and cooking of.
I don't know why you sent me that.
Most bodybuilders train 6 days a week or even every day, but what if you didn't have to? What if you don't care about ever getting on a bodybuilding stage? What if you just want to be strong and jacked for everyday life? In this,
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Blackberry.
My Indian parents are insisting that I marry my second cousin. I have no interest in doing so, but my parents say they won't me give any inheritance if I refuse. What should I tell them?
Are they rich? Like, I mean... Do you need that inheritance? Like, who fucking cares? If they're just some, like, broke-ass retards who, will, I don't know, give you a 1998 Honda Civic as your inheritance, like, who fucking cares? I don't know if they're millionaires, but... I'd recommend not marrying your second cousin. Thanks for the donation, RV.
Really just one disaster after another. You know, I haven't made any money since moving out to PA because of it. And it doesn't help that, you know, every time we tried to expand the business or do something, it just completely backfired, and I haven't been compensated for it because these other companies have no problem ripping people off. So from more recently to the past, we just had our freezer fail last week. The new freezer unit wasn't installed properly, so it stopped running, and then we almost lost our entire meat inventory. I was gonna do a sale just to empty the freezer out, but I realized I don't really even have that much inventory because I'm completely broke, so we weren't even gonna do a sale to push out the inventory. And then before the freezer failed, the new refrigerator unit failed. So despite renting a reefer and preventing the product from spoiling in the fridge, you know, we had the reefer, we got the new units in, we moved all the refrigerated product over to the fridge, and then the new refrigerator wasn't programmed properly, got warm, and we had to throw out like $40,000 worth of food and eggs and dairy. So I'm still waiting for the insurance to pay me for that. And then what I just said, then we almost lost the freezer stuff just last week. So it's one thing after another with this equipment. And then before that, just a week before that, we lost the $20,000 plus worth of Wagyu. U.S. Customs and that company always forwarding just let it rot. We filed a lawsuit. And these scumbags are probably just ripping off other small businesses. They don't do what they're supposed to do. They literally let $20,000 worth of my product rot in the port. And then when we leave Google reviews for how they treat their clients, they just call up Google and have the reviews erased. That's what these people do. These people are evil. They don't care about you. They think you're worthless. So why would you want to buy anything from those people? Why would you want to go into a supermarket owned by people who think you're worthless and buy food products from them? If all they care about is getting money from you, like that's why this doctor that butchered my face isn't actually a skilled surgeon, because the product they're offering you doesn't matter. What happens if you get bad meat from the supermarket? They'll just delete the reviews. You know, it doesn't matter. They'll just get the reviews deleted. And then before that, we had the...
Like, does he not... You can look up on Google. There are places that have bad reviews. He's been to the DMV. Like, dude, look up any DMV. They all have, like, 1-star reviews. Universally. So, yeah, I don't know how he figures this. Will you ever play Battletoads and Double Dragon on SNES? No. Yeah, I don't know why I'd do that.
Potato chip manufacturing equipment fail, and then the company never reimbursed me. It's really just no one caring about the quality of their work. And that's the only reason I'm even in business, is because I offer products that no one else has and a higher quality than no one else has.
You know, it's funny. Sean Baker ordered food from Frank, and when he got it, it was like fucked up and mangled and kind of looked rotted, and he didn't want to eat it, so he fed it to his dog. It's kind of funny.
Yet everyone else that I do business with just rips me off. Yeah, I'm tired of this shit. I honestly don't even want to film.
Dude, every fucking video he makes, it's just complaining. That's all he does is complain.
This vlog anymore. This doctor should have just compensated me for ruining my face for the rest of my life, and I shouldn't have to work anymore. I spent the whole day lying in pain in bed till like 1 o'clock, finally got out of bed to drive down to work, only to be reminded of this nonsense. At the end of the day, that's really it. You know, all these other people I do business with, for the most part, only care about their paycheck. That's all they care about. They don't care about the quality of the product, and then it always bites me in the back. So I think I did a short showing you guys the correct label for the new pool sanitizing powder. I don't really think we're going to make any money or sell much of this, especially because we launched it so late in the summer, but it's available. We'll see how it goes, I guess, throughout the rest of this year into next year. This is on organsupplements.com. It's basically an alternative to chlorine. This is a new product. I'm just waiting on the labels. It's a high protein apple cinnamon instant oatmeal, so hopefully next vlog we'll show you guys that. We have all of the health and nutrition bars.
I don't know what the best SNES game is. I was a Sega Genesis person. Don't know much about the SNES. What was/is for dinner? I had tofu with broccoli and Brussels sprouts.
In stock. Just made some.
How much money do I need to donate for you to do a choreographed TikTok dance and you have to act sexy and cool? I don't know, man. That sounds like it would require effort.
Fresh pemmican as well as plain pemmican. We have chocolate chip granola bars, both the plain dried crispy beef and the meat granola. We do have the collagen crisp bars in stock, the dark chocolate hazelnut, the maple pecan.
Big bastard donated $3. Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, big bastard.
I'm not sure if we have the white chocolate macadamia nut somewhere here, but we do have the quinoa crisp. Up there is some of the best bars. We got some breadcrumbs. So all the animal fats are over here. The marrow oil was restocked more recently. Vanilla honey, this is available on frankie'srangefoods.com. Just a natural vanilla extract replacement using honey as a carrier instead of alcohol. Yeah, this is what we ran out of, but have the marrowbone oil available. And in addition to the 2-pound big jar of beef tallow, we also have 5-gallon buckets.
Dude, like, the people who buy this shit are genuine, like, fucking retards.
So we have large amounts of beef tallow available in the big buckets. We got the meat room refrigerated now. Costs a ton of money, and it's iced up, not working properly, but go figure. So the fridge is pretty full here. We have way too many eggs. Basically, our egg farmer is pressuring us to sell more eggs, but I'll get into that in a second. Oh, that was the important thing for me to say at the beginning of the video. So we are looking for wholesale buyers for eggs. So if there's any restaurant suppliers or any companies out there that need really high quality corn and soy free eggs, we are looking for some wholesale clients. I'm going to have a website up separately for that we're selling wholesale eggs now, because what happened was when all the egg craziness was going on and the prices were shooting through the roof, I told my egg supplier to switch, just give me all the eggs, I'll pay you more than everyone else. And he didn't do that. He basically waited until the madness was over, and then he cut all his other suppliers short and gave me all the eggs, which didn't make much sense. Like, basically for 3 months I was begging him, look, give me all the eggs, I can sell them all. If you give me all the eggs now, I will be able to sell them all moving forward. I told him that for like 2 or 3 months straight. He didn't listen to me. And then literally right as the egg sales were dying down, he started ramping up and trying to give more eggs to me. But his supply isn't consistent throughout the year anyway. But the point is, we're trying to find new egg wholesalers to distribute to restaurants or whatever, or if any restaurants have a high volume of eggs, we're looking for wholesale clients. So I've been doing a bit of bacon this week myself. We got some hamburger buns proofing that are going to be used for the frozen hamburgers and cheeseburgers. We got some pizza dough that's going to go for the frozen pizzas. Here we have our everything bagels proofing, and we also have some plain donuts, and we're going to do some custard donuts proofing in there as well. So some really high quality fresh baked goods that are going to be in addition to this. So the stuff that's already prepared, we got chocolate chip cookies here for you guys, apple pie, plenty of plain donuts. Over there, we just finished.
I like how he's, over time, started selling more and more garbage junk food. Like candy bars, cookies, donuts, apple pie, so whatever pastries you can think of, and then he keeps trying to say, oh, this is health food. This is made in a special way where if you eat, like, literally junk food that's loaded with sugar and fat, you're not going to gain weight because it's organic.
Finished making these today. The white chocolate chip cookies are back in stock, in addition to the dark chocolate chip cookies. Over there, we just have our cured meats. Like, we have the Iberico ham, some smoked brisket, prosciutto, turkey breast, bacon. Yeah, you guys can see we're completely full on eggs here. Most of the raw dairy has not been unpacked yet. All we have is the milk with the cream separated on top in the glass. This is just all eggs blocking that. And that relates back to the first HVAC guy that worked on this building. He stole all the refrigerant out of the machine that used to cool this room. So not only did he steal $15,000 worth of refrigerant and steal $20,000 of the bank loan, I had to spend like $15,000 on equipment and labor to get this room cooled again. Should have added that to the lawsuit. I guess the news this week is I decided to restock the boar. So we have all wild boar cuts now. Here is wild boar tenderloin, 4-ounce steaks.
I don't know what the hell he means by that. You can't sell wild boar. You can only kill and sell domesticated animals. If you go out and hunt a wild animal, you can't sell it. It's considered animal trafficking. So I don't know what he means by wild boar. It's just pig.
We have some wild boar shoulder roasts. These are St. Louis ribs. These are boneless leg roasts. We have wild boar shanks. Those are pretty cool. These would be nice for your dog or something, a high quality snack. Wild boar neck. This is turkey restocked over here. We just restocked our pasture-raised turkey this week. Restocked some venison, restocked some lamb burgers. This is the wild boar. We've actually, we've had ground boar in stock. It's just all these other cuts we haven't had. These are all wild boar bone and ribeye steaks. So we have all different sized boar ribeye steaks. Some of them are really small. Veal brains are finally back in stock. Pork bacon back in stock. Fresh batch of hot dog rolls in the freezer. And we also have freshly frozen our sourdough bread. That's actually a new product here. The turkey feet we haven't sold before. We also restocked.
Who in the fuck would buy turkey feet? Dude, people eat the nastiest shit. Are Chinese people ordering from him?
The lemon sorbet. So we have a lot of lemon sorbet back available, and we restocked the cookie dough ice cream, and we put a lot of cookie dough in it. There's like 80 pounds of raw cookie dough and like 100 pounds of ice cream. So there should be like a ton of cookie dough in there. That's, you know, the highest quality, made with all organic ingredients, raw grass-fed butter, pasture-raised eggs, all that stuff. I don't think we've done a vlog in like 2 or 3 weeks, so there's a lot of new restocks and a lot of new stuff. I feel like I missed it all, but most of it is probably just restocks. So, you know, on the website, if you go under the sourdough baked goods, everything is now available. It's made fresh every week. We're trying to keep everything available all the time. We just restocked the meat pot pies as well. Had issues with the goat farmer, so basically we made all the goat milk products ourselves. The fresh goat milk is available in half gallon and quart, and I made my own goat yogurt, so we were able to keep the price down and keep it affordable. Restocked the goat yogurt this week. I'm just over it, guys. I don't really want to read the reviews or anything. It's just, yeah, at what point do I just call it quits? And you guys are going to have to buy Freemason feedlot slop to feed your family, because I'm tired of this. All these other businesses taking advantage of me. I'm losing $1,000 in chargebacks every week, and the worst part about it is I'm not being compensated for anything. You know, I filed these lawsuits. The judge laughs because it's his buddies scamming me, and they ignore the lawsuit. That's really how it goes. And then my videos are censored and shadow banned, because if everyone knew the truth about how people were treating me and everything, then they wouldn't buy meat from anywhere else. I'd be the only person in business, to say the least. And they're really trying hard now. Basically, every single one of my videos is shadow banned, and they send in dozens and dozens of gang stalkers to leave fake comments and slander me and make fun of me. It's actually kind of crazy, because, and what's seen as acceptable on my YouTube channel is, you know, I'm talking about a doctor like ruining my face, or my Wagyu beef getting rotten and destroyed in the port, and the small business being taken advantage of. And these people are posting comments making fun of me and shadow banning me. But if it was their secret society owned business, what they would do is they'd have a GoFundMe with $300,000 raised to give it to the small business. That's what they would do. And when I made a GoFundMe for my eyes to help me, GoFundMe just took it down. Said it was against community guidelines. Yeah.
He was asking for $500,000 for a cosmetic procedure that presumably cost between $15,000 to $30,000. So yeah, no shit. They took your thing down because it seemed like fraud. This guy is such a fucking retard. Like, he just fails at everything, and he's an idiot. Oh, that is great. That's nice seeing Frank unhappy and miserable.
Yeah, you guys can go to frank-tufano.com and see all the businesses, the few I didn't mention. the organ supplements, Frankie's Naturals, and Wi-Fi shielding. And
What an idiot.
It's Raja Obama.
This is Raja Jackson, son of legendary fighter Quentin Rampage Jackson, and if you haven't seen the video yet, he got into some pretty bad shit last night. So to give some backstory to this whole thing, Raja was invited by his friend AJ Mana, someone who's wrestling on the card that night for Knox Wrestling. Raja even states later that he does not care about wrestling, that he's only here to support his friend AJ.
Yeah, AJ's Mana's on the fight card. That's the only reason why I'm here.
AJ takes Raja to the back.
Draw naked emaciated Gig naked on the sidewalk as people walk by, and Gig saying I used to be VG's mod. Also Gig is coming from his giggly wiggly.
Okay, I can do that. Thanks for the donation, Gig. Oh my god. Wow. I literally signed in like a day ago? I'm sorry? Like, what do you want from me? Why do I need to do this so often? Fuck you. Fuck Adobe shit. Fucking actual cocksucker. What an asshole. Like, actual fucking dickhead. Like, imagine if you're renting a car or something, or you're, like, financing a car, and there's monthly payments, and then when you want to drive, it's like, sorry, you have to verify that you're the one paying for the fucking car before you can drive. Sign in with your phone so you can turn the fucking car on. Like, who the fuck else does that? Like, you're getting my fucking credit card payments. Like, fuck you. So horseshit. Like, I mean, it's not enough that they're charging my fucking credit card? Like, what the fuck do I need to sign in for? Fuck you. You got my money. That is so annoying. There you go. There's the drawing request you wanted. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
Back to meet the wrestlers that he's familiar with, the ones that he actually knows.
As Presidente, I fucking hate you. I hate this dude. Worst.
And that's when Psycho Stu decides to come up behind Raja, stick his belly out, hands at the hips to get some camera time. Raja, unfazed, not caring, just decides to keep talking to the dudes until Psycho Stu decides to take matters into his own hands.
Where's the real McKill at? Where's he at?
You don't need to worry about him. You need to be worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu?
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little... Oh, you don't sell it?
This is where things start to go south. Unfortunately, the dude was probably pretty drunk already, didn't know what was going on, and saw the camera and Raja and thought that this was some sort of skit or that Raja was another pro wrestler recording something for the promotion. Worst part about
I don't know why the guy would assume he's drunk.
it being that this guy took one of these prop cans to Raja's head, not knowing that Raja was already recovering from a concussion that he got in light sparring from a spinning kick just a couple days ago.
No, I didn't go with my pops. How does my head feel? I'm still fucked up. I'm not even gonna lie. It's part of the reason why I didn't stream.
Yeah, I know who Vonderplanets or Vonderplants is. He's a fucking retard.
Earlier, I was supposed to stream. I was supposed to stream going to fucking balling with AJ, but my head was fucked up. I was throwing up and shit. My dad is. Yeah, I'm fucked up right now, guys. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I know I need a fucking rest, but yeah, so I'm gonna take a break from it for a while, but you know, my coach, my lifting coach and shit, one of my teammates, Andre, who was on the stream the last time, is having a pro wrestling show, and I told him I will come and support, and then I wanted to bring you guys with me. You know what I'm saying? Get an MRI. I'm gonna go definitely get checked out on Monday though. Yeah, I was throwing up and shit. My head still feels like funny. I'm not even gonna cap.
You can then hear Stu ask Raja if he's gonna sell it when he has to get reminded by his fellow wrestlers that he is not one of them and is not one of the workers.
He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it?
Dude, he's not a fucking worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, I will fuck him
we're
up,
good.
bro.
I know you will.
Nah.
We're good.
I will
Sorry
fuck him
about
up,
that.
bro.
I know you will.
I don't play that shit.
Sorry, bro.
After telling Raja that he didn't know who he was, Stu then gets reprimanded by AJ. AJ gets pretty upset and lets him know that he's just a worker and that he needs to not be on all the time.
I'm good. Apologize for that, man. Fix that. You hear me?
Yeah.
Gracie, Sawarito. Good, dude.
Nah, fuck that, dude.
No, so stu poquito, cámara el pie.
Then the Samoan aunt tells us that Stu does this all the time and constantly mistakes stuff for being a part of the storyline.
Sorry about that, dude. He always thinks that we're working over here like it's part of the fucking storyline.
Just hit random. What kind of homo thug shit?
Well, Kalia, Rampage. And so we,
No, bro.
Go ahead, Stu. This is all.
After getting rejected twice, Stu realizes that Raja was having no parts of his apology until
Alright, you're gonna do cardio? Well, have fun doing cardio. May you make cardio gains, I suppose. Oh, gum. Oh my goodness. Is that nice and cozy over there? I love kitties. Kitties are so good.
somebody suggests that Raja can interrupt his match and give him his receipt then. Then Raja accepts the apology.
I appreciate it.
I don't know what you mean by cool with vegetable police. Like, he's an idiot. Like, I've never wanted to go after him and kill him or anything, but, like, he's just stupid.
I didn't know. I thought you would work for you still the camera. I get it.
We're working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Juice. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you
know what I'm saying, Os? We're always working. So we'll set it up. I'll have him come out during your mat so we could fucking seal the whole thing and we'll make something out of it. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Well, now you just involved fucking.
So this makes it seem like this guy is just a malicious asshole. Like, it just further solidifies the idea that he was just waiting for the perfect opportunity to, like, fucking murder this guy.
Rampage himself, because that's his boy. No, he can handle it.
Yeah, I can handle myself. Yeah, I can handle myself.
Rampage gonna come whoop your ass.
You don't need his dad. He handle his own shit.
Yeah, I got my own shit.
After setting up the interruption for Raja on Stu's match, AJ comes over and lets him know the game plan and tries to explain what went on with Stu.
I was in the swing. No. What he thought was he was a pro. I understand. Yeah. Another thing is, even when we are working like that, you don't fucking, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
But he doesn't know him like that. He don't. He's a fucking idiot. So when you run in on his shit, you fucking give him his receipt. Remember what a receipt is? Give him that fucking receipt. Don't tag his shit. If you got a fucking problem with it, I'll fucking run out there. Tag his shit, bro.
After being given the go-ahead.
Okay, that does change things a little bit. So his buddy was telling him to get revenge and, like, fuck him up a little bit, but that still seems so fucking over the top. Like, smashing a fake prop can over somebody's head versus, like, slamming somebody on the fucking ground, knocking their lights out, and then beating them while they're still unconscious. Yeah, still.
Had to give this guy his receipt. Roger's on go mode for the rest of the night.
I'll get it there. Hey, as long as I get my lick back, I'm straight. I'm straight.
This is kind of the turning point in the night as Roger gets time to chill out and kind of think about everything and gets rage baited by all the comments in the stream.
This nigga got knocked out. I didn't even get knocked out. Why didn't you fuck that guy up? Cause nigga, if I would have done something, then they would have kicked me out of this shit. Then there would be no more stream today.
Oh, so he's stupid, and his viewers were rage baiting him to even... Okay. So this guy's just an idiot.
That shit pissed me off, bro. It didn't even hurt. It just pissed me off. I know this shit crazy. All right, everybody. This is like my third or fourth stream.
Now at this point of the night, Raj's dad Rampage got informed on what's been going on with his son on his kick stream through the comments.
I'm watching the stream. I'm watching my son's stream. Where the fuck? Oh, he at the pro wrestling thing.
Dodo donated $2, the best people on earth according to Jank.
بفتخر فيهم والحمد لله اللهم اجرنا بمصيبتنا وخلفنا خيرا منها ونتنياهو مستعدين نضحي كمان وكمان اللهم خذ من دمائنا وارواحنا واولادنا وكمان عند احفاد اثنين مستعدين هدول سبيل الله كلهم سبيل الله الله اكبر ولله الحمد.
Yeah, they want their kids to die. Gazan mother happily says she lost all 4 of her children in the war against Israel. This is how Palestinian radicalism looks like, yep. And Jank says these are the best people in the world. Yeah, funny how he doesn't live there. You gotta go back for episode 2. Please, VG, please go back to the Capitol and please record, please.
Why were you so cordial in your debate with Tyler Hockey even though he was making a lot of dumb arguments against veganism? When I was watching it I felt like you were holding back and could have easily went off on him for the type of stupidity he spewed.
There's no reason to get mad. He said stupid shit. I explained in a calm, rational manner why it was stupid, and we were able to have, somewhat productive conversation. So there's no reason to get mad. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Canada Day, Muslim Palestinians shut down the Capitol Pride Parade in front of the House of Commons. When was this? There was another Pride Parade, August 24th?
So here's the
Dude, I do not know, like, shit about what's going on.
reason the parade is canceled. This canceled the entire parade.
You know, it'll be great when I have another year on steroids and I just get absolutely fucking huge. And then I can bring out the Death to Hamas, like, muscle shirt I have, and then do the interviews and shit with people. That'd be fucking funny. I'd like to see them, like, say shit.
Very unhappy people here. As you can see, Palestinian protesters have completely shut down the Capitol Pride Parade. The parade was stalled out behind me here on Wellington Street for over an hour.
Parliament Hill is filled with weirdos. It kind of reminds me of, like, it's sort of like Queen Street in downtown Toronto. Just a lot of fucking weirdos around Parliament Hill. But yeah, we'll do that again, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Gozins are such losers.
They are. They absolutely are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Gaming later, what you playing? Yeah, we might be gaming later. It's either gonna be Battletoads or we'll play some BeamNG, like the racing game. One of those. Metal Gear comes out in a few days too. We're gonna have to play that.
Pharma, what we're actually seeing is that there's a very consistent decrease in the number of new medicines that we're able to invent per $1 billion invested. And this trend actually starts way back in the 1950s and persists through many different technological transitions along the way. Traditionally, when we've developed medicines, we go after fairly narrow indications, meaning diseases that fairly small numbers of people get. And that's actually increased in terms of the narrow scope of what medicines are addressing as we've gone forward in time. And so this is sort of an ironic situation where we've gone from addressing pretty broad categories of disease like infectious disease to narrower and narrower genetically defined diseases that have small patient populations. Because these only affect a few people, if you think about the value function of a medicine is how many years of healthy life does it give how many people? Right. If how many people is pretty small, it just really bounds the amount of value you're able to generate. So you need to then be able to find medicines that treat most people.
Yeah. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid Delta remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. I think that's on the 28th. Yeah. Oh, and if you pre-purchase, they let you play it 2 days ahead of release. That's fucking stupid. Yeah, they're charging you like an extra $13 to play it 2 days ahead of release. No thanks. Fucking dipshit. Sneaking DLC pack. Actually, I might want to do the pre-order. Yeah, I might actually want to do the pre-order. Alright.
He had a pro wrestling event. Let me call my son. Yeah, he had a pro wrestling event. Around, walking around watching dudes, men in tights and shit. I looked at his stream.
Sorry.
No, it's too loud.
Apologize, right?
Hey,
yo.
Because when I mentioned
did you get jumped by a bunch of dudes in tights, nigga?
You said what?
Did you get jumped by a bunch of dudes in tights?
No.
Why didn't you tell me?
No.
You got a problem.
Dodo donated $2. This should be considered animal abuse, and these aquariums should be charged. That's a really big turtle. If that turtle was only in that little tank for 20 years, that does sound bad. It's just like a stupid Twitter video though, dude, so.
حسين من على السيف انتصر إنني أخت حسين من على السيف انتصر زينب لا تركع صوتكم لا ينفع زينب لا تركع صوتكم لا ينفع إنني أخت شهيد دمه صار نشيدي إنني بنت شهيد رافضا عيش العبيد أنا وأنا.
What the fuck is that? I don't know what that is.
Come with me to the best Malaysian restaurant in KL, and obviously they're fully vegan, but their uniqueness really comes from their plant-based version of traditional Malaysian dishes like Sarawak laksa, satay with peanut sauce, and nasi lemak. The satay was thick, fat, and juicy as it should be, and paired so well with the nutty peanut sauce. Then we tried their limited edition merdaka lemak, which is a special version of the classic nasi lemak. It came with blue pea brown rice with a delicious sambal, alongside with fried lion's mane mushroom, vegetables, and their signature satay with peanut sauce. My favorite was definitely their Sarawak laksa. The broth was packed with so much flavor from the aromatics, and the noodles really absorbed all the goodness from the broth. I actually got this the last time I was here as well. For dessert, we had their version of hot fried goreng pisang with coconut ice cream. It was so comforting. Follow for more plant-based recommendations. Come with me to...
Well, that is food. Israel quietly arming for the next round with Iran. Advanced defense systems landed in Israel in recent hours. Direct deliveries from US, UK bases. UAE shipments expected in coming days. Israel is stockpiling for what's next. Well, that all sounds like good news to me. Oh my god, most feared weapon. Give me a fucking break. Dude, there are just so many weak bitch fucking losers just everywhere. Society is infected with just weak ass fucking cuck bitches. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Yes, that video is real. That footage was from an aquarium. That poor snapping turtle. People who do that to animals should seriously go to prison.
Yes, I agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do I need to send my goons over there?
No. This is crazy. I thought we were a family, y'all.
Did your coach take care of everything?
I apologize. So let me put y'all in the right direction.
I looked at your stream because my chat was going crazy, and then by the time I popped in your stream, you was hugging on a dude in some damn tights. Man, man, you shut the fuck up. I looked at your stream, nigga. You were hugging on some dude in some booty shorts.
I wasn't fucking hugging on nobody.
I saw you, nigga. I saw you hugging on.
So it seems like what really started this was he's dumb, for one thing. This is a dumb kid. And not only was his stream chat rage baiting him after he had already been told to, get a little bit of revenge on that guy in the ring, his fucking dad was rage baiting him. So, for him to fucking do this.
On your coach, man. Sexual fantasies. You need to stop that shit. No, I don't got no sexual fantasies, nigga. I got some eyeballs. I saw you making shit up. I ain't make nothing up. Okay. Okay, was you not around a bunch of dudes with some damn the pro wrestling show. Oh, you're the pro wrestling show.
He wants to be mama right here. That's my
nigga, I thought you was the motherfucker at a baby oil show, nigga. Everybody was all glistening and shit.
Break the whole thing.
All right, long as you say.
You never know. Y'all keep playing with me and I'll go right take it. So get over there.
Now y'all got my son mad at me. Are y'all happy?
Yeah, he's just a bad parent.
Did you hear about Israel double tapping a hospital today? That's what Russia does to Ukraine. They bomb a place, then bomb it again when the rescuers go in. Israel does that.
Yeah, that's a cool story. This is probably a fake hospital. Oh, yeah. 5 more journalists. Yeah, we know who the fucking journalists are killed in the hospital. What a weird coincidence that... What, a week earlier, people were freaking out about a bunch of journalists who were actually Hamas members getting killed. And now there's more journalists who got killed at a hospital. Sure.
Israeli airstrikes on Nasser Hospital in southern Gaza have killed at least 20 people, including 5 Palestinian journalists. According to eyewitnesses, Israel carried out
showed that footage on YouTube.
A double-tap strike on the hospital. A drone initially hit the
Well, I guess maybe they should have left.
Hospital's roof, killing 1 journalist setting up a live stream.
Yes, a journalist.
Then another strike hit journalists and rescue workers who were responding to the initial strike. During a live broadcast, Al-Qad TV filmed the second strike on the hospital.
Just now, the civil service is lost. Oh God, they've killed the...
So, was that a drone? I just don't know where the explosion came from. Yeah, where the fuck did the explosion come from? That looked weird. So where did the explosion come from?
Just now, the civil service is lost.
That was okay, this was staged. I'm pretty sure this was staged. So, look here. There's just some random shit dangling here. And then, like, you don't see a drone, you don't see a missile, you don't see anything. You literally see an explosion pop off on the inside of this dangling shit. And it's like a smoke bomb or something, and they're completely obscured And you don't see what fucking happened to these people.
Just now, the civil service is lost. Oh God, they've killed...
How do they know they're dead? So on the broadcast, they're saying, oh God, they're dead. How do they know they're dead? You can't see anything.
These people.
Yeah, it's a smoke bomb. I'm pretty fucking sure that's staged. That is weird. That looked really weird.
The journalist...
That looked staged as fuck, dude. That is so sus. Okay, give me a fucking break. Like, I can't take this shit seriously.
It's getting weirder.
Let me take a look.
Oh, you know, I love black people. And I did great with the vote with the black people. But they say he's a racist. I said, really? For 35 years, a war raged between Rwanda and the Republic of the Congo. And it was a vicious war. 9 million people were killed with machetes, largely. Hatchets, machetes. That went on for more than 30 years, but 34, 35 years.
Okay. A very awkward Trump quote.
To 5% fully paid up, trillions of dollars paid, where they respect your president to a level that they jokingly call me the president of Europe. They call me the president of Europe, which is an honor. I like Europe and I like those people. They're good people. They're great leaders.
I love how he says the, like, silliest, stupidest shit fucking constantly.
We have a very strong relationship, Howard, I would say, economically with China now, getting much better. They have to give us magnets. If they don't give us magnets, then we have to charge them 200% tariff or something, you know. But we're not going to have a problem, I don't think, with that. I think that's perhaps behind us. You know, China intelligently went and they sort of took a monopoly of the world's magnets. And nobody needed magnets until they convinced everybody 20 years ago, let's all do magnets. There were many other ways that the world could have gone. But so it'll take us probably a year to have them. We're having...
What the fuck is he talking about? You know, China, they took over the magnet market and they convinced everybody that they need magnets when they really didn't need them. But, you know, we'll find our own magnets. What the fuck?
Heavy into the world of magnets now, only from a national security standpoint.
Oh my God.
But we have a powerful thing. It's airplane parts. They have many Boeing jets. You know, they had 200 jets that didn't fly. And I've sent them all, based on his word, I sent them all of the parts so their planes can fly. I could have held them back. I didn't do that because of the relationship I have. And their planes are now flying. You know, we had 200 of their planes were unable to fly because we were not giving them Boeing parts purposely, because they weren't giving us magnets. Therefore, we weren't giving them. But we have a much more powerful thing that's tariffs. If we wanted to put 100%, 200% tariffs on, we wouldn't do any business with China. And, you know, that would be okay, too.
He sounds like he's actually losing it.
Mr. Secretary, with all due respect, how is allowing 600,000 students from the communist country of China putting America first?
Well, the president's point of view is that what would happen if you didn't have those 600,000...
The universities would lose money. They make most of their money off of foreign students. So if they didn't allow in a ton of foreign students, the universities would basically go bankrupt. So that's what that's all about. It's all it's all a scam.
1,000 students is that you'd empty them from the top. All the students would go up to better schools, and the bottom 15% of universities and colleges would go out of business in America. So his view is he's taking a rational economic...
body after body after body after body. Body after body after body after body.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, retard.
I can't wait till Hamas is fully dead.
Yeah, same. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let's see. Retard donated $2 IDF statement on the hospital thing. Well, that footage that came out after was pretty fucking clearly faked. Like, pretty badly faked.
Earlier today, IDF troops carried out a strike in...
I'd be really fucking surprised if Israel actually struck that hospital twice, because that looked like it was just staged. They just set off some kind of smoke bomb thing.
In the area of Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. We are aware of reports that harm was caused to civilians, including journalists. I would like to be clear from the start. The IDF does not intentionally target civilians. The IDF makes every effort to mitigate harm to civilians while ensuring the safety of our troops. Any incident that raises concern in this regard is addressed by the relevant mechanisms in the IDF. We are operating in an extremely complex reality. Hamas terrorists deliberately use civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, as shields. They have even operated from the Nasser hospital itself. Hamas began this war, created impossible fighting conditions, and is preventing its end by still holding 50 of our hostages. Having said that, as a professional military committed to international law, we are obligated to investigate our operations thoroughly and professionally. The Chief of the General Staff has instructed that an inquiry be conducted immediately to understand the circumstances of what happened and how it happened. Reporting from an active war zone carries immense risk, especially in a war with a terrorist organization such as Hamas, who cynically hides behind the civilian population. As always, we will present our findings as transparently as possible. We regret any harm to uninvolved individuals and are committed to continue fighting Hamas.
Well, Hamas builds what are basically fake hospitals. I think there's at least twice as many hospitals than there should be within the Gaza Strip. And they're strategically placed around, like, military areas. So, like, you know, terror tunnels and shit. So that Israel has a harder time engaging Hamas. But yeah, that video footage that gay news thing showed, that looked entirely staged and faked. Again, we went frame by frame in the footage. We couldn't see any drone or missile, you know, traveling and impacting that area. It looked like somebody planted a bomb there because they were staging, you know, some footage. And then it was like this big smoke bomb. And then the camera person zoomed way out and said, "Oh my God, they're all dead," when he couldn't even see anything that happened. So that looked fucking staged. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
How long do you think Michelle will stay with Jurian? Will he keep her?
Why did that skip?
And yet SJWS will look at this and shout lies, all lies.
10 times 46 in one city. Oh, yeah, so. Yeah. Well, that's what SJWs do, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
He straight up dissed me.
For the rest of the night, Raja gets successfully rage baited by every single person in his comments, letting him know that he's a fake crash out, a pussy, a pushover, and just gets disrespected everywhere that he goes.
I'm gonna fake crash out. All right, bet. Bet. You about to see you about to see how fake of a crash out I am. Now I get a chance to get in the ring and do this and do some shit to him. How many subs to knock him out?
Yeah, there's a good chance Democrats will lose next election.
That's a good question. I don't know. Fucking can.
Gets a spot in the Wassamoa
Exactly.
Cup
Watch.
tournament.
Watch.
in November.
My dad can't never call me a bitch. Straight up. Tell me to fake him. They say I can hit him for real. Exactly. People think this shit's sweet. People think this shit's a fucking game. Straight up, bro. I'm just really, like I said, guys, I'm really fucking humble at the end of the day. This nigga ain't no fighter, but I'm gonna really have to show him, like.
Okay, so that's what happened. This kid's an idiot, and not only his chat, but also his own dad rage baited him into flipping out on this dude. It's still, like, he's still the one who chose to do it. He's the one ultimately responsible, but, like, yeah. So that explains it. Dumb kid got rage baited by his audience and his dad.
You can't just hit
It can't be touched. Can you stop asking me, like, stupid fucking questions? There's a reason I'm not answering you. I don't have an interest in answering dumb questions.
Can on my goddamn face. W, if you want to see me, you want to see if I can pick him up. W. It was not a fake can, bro. It was not a fake can. I'm telling you that shit right now. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't a fake can. That was a real ass can. Bet.
After getting cooked by the comments, Raja gets impatient and stands up and asks one of the workers when the guy's coming out so he can interrupt and slam the dude.
I don't know when I'm getting in the ring. I can ask. I'm gonna go ask. Let's go ask. Y'all gonna let me know when I'm getting in the ring? Okay.
Right during the next match, I'm gonna sit right behind you. I'm gonna give you a tap to let you know.
All right, bet.
That was the only thing Raja needed to know. Now he knew that he was gonna fuck that dude up once he got that signal, and then that signal finally came. Raja then starts to pull.
Thoughts on China growing weed with illegal pesticides in the US? I have no fucking idea, dude. I don't know anything about that. How is China growing weed in the US?
Everything out of his pocket one by one and hand it over to his trainer, and I think at this point there was no getting Raja back. He was dead set on what he was going to go in there and do. While Raja gets ready to interrupt the match, the cameraman's getting different angles and even getting a little bit excited for the fight himself. Oh, let's do this. I can't really read what they're saying right here, but I know that the guy behind him is the one that gave him the signal to go ahead and interrupt the match.
I'm so sorry. No, stop it! You!
Why are we watching this video of a guy beating up another guy? It seems irrelevant when there's a literal genocide going on in Gaza right now where dozens of children are murdered on a daily basis. Also, I like how the IDF disproved you. It was real.
Well, no. The original strike might have been real, but the follow-up video might have been faked. It looked faked as fuck. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
For the rest of the video, you can't really hear anything. The audio is pretty messed up. I don't know what happened to the camera, but it happened to stay that way. Basically, point of it is Raja he basically gets jumped right here. He got bit a couple times. He gets walked out of the place, and Raja makes it outside of the venue, and as you can see kind of behind him, I want you to pay attention to this dude in the blue. He follows him, he makes some threats to him. He's basically trying to get him to come back. I think what he was trying to do is distract him long enough for the police to come, because I know that they had called the police immediately after that he attacked him. So I'm guessing he was going to try and fight him or stall him long enough.
You call him an idiot for standing on business? The wrestler literally slammed a beer can on his head. That's the difference between a fake wrestler and an MMA fighter. Fuck around, you find out.
That's great. Thanks
to
for
keep
that
him there. I don't know. Point of it is he was trying to rage bait Raja into fighting somebody else.
Tired of motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real shit. One of them a bitch and fucking bit me. I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'ma stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
Come on, man. We're leaving, man. We're walking away, bro. Let's not take it serious. Let's go. Come on, Roger. Let's go. Let's go, Roger. Let's go.
Yeah, you know, Rampage Jackson is an abusive bully. I remember on The Ultimate Fighter, he would just pick on random people. He was picking on some dude who was like a little overweight, and he'd call him like titties over and over and over again. Let me see if I can find the clip. No, let me see. Yeah, him.
He got titties. He got titties.
We've got titties.
We noticed that one of the fighters, he was kind of, you know, fat, pudgy guy, like a heavyweight, and he had some titties.
You know I'm gonna win it, though, right?
He ain't gonna win nothing, titties. Titties.
It's not a whiskey drinking.
Oh, he gonna win a wet t-shirt contest.
Watch everything. I'll cut weight and I'll kick your ass at 205 too.
Who, me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Titties. You'll make my day you come to 205. That'd be an easy payday for me.
205, man.
Yeah, Titties kind of talking smack, you know, talking about he want to drop down to 205 and take me out. And then he go try to turn around and say, I got the big mouth, I'm talking. Like, hold on, Titties. You know who's saying that you want to drop down in my weight because I have to take me out? See, that's the worst thing that people can do to me, say stuff like that.
We choose Schoonover.
Titties.
Versus
So this guy's a bully. And apparently he does this to his son, too.
I don't know what type of content he gonna do.
everything.
Do I owe you anything?
Yeah.
What? For giving me bleach?
Yeah. You owe me $80.
80 bucks for bleach?
Yeah.
Nigga, what about all that shit I get you out your whole...
Fuck you said. When it look like you getting your ass pulled on and shit. You know what? One day on stream, I'm gonna show everybody your freaky deaky fucking Diddy shit.
I don't got no fucking freaky Diddy shit for you to show, nigga.
You don't, I don't know.
Yeah, apparently he fucks with, like, we saw it a little bit in that one clip, but yeah, this kid was, like, the rage baiting from the stream shit is fucking stupid, but I think his dad is the root of this problem, because his dad was fucking with him, and I think that's what made him take, like, all the shit from, you know, his chat more seriously.
VG, I can't tell you how bad this is in one Donaton. If a war ever breaks out with China, it what help astronomically to have Indian on our side, they what have the large continental army we what need. Trump is an idot.
Yes, Trump is an idiot.
Now, India and China have agreed to step up trade flows and resume direct flights in what's being called a diplomatic breakthrough. The world's two most populous nations have been working to rebuild ties damaged by a deadly border clash 5 years ago. Escalating trade tensions with the US have also played a role. Now, in a sign of thawing relations, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi will travel to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit at the invitation of China's President Xi.
Yeah, Trump's just a fucking dumbass. You know. He does what dumbasses do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Roger, let's go. Roger, I'm telling you, let's go. You listen to me. Listen to me, Roger. You need to listen to me right now, Roger. Let's go.
I don't give a fuck. You guys trying to jump me and shit.
Let's go.
You ain't gonna do shit to me, bro.
Let's go,
you can't do shit to me. You can't fuck with me, bro.
Let's go.
You can't fuck with me.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, you topple.
Roger might go to jail. He might get banned off kick too.
But that's not
It stays. I hope it stays because sometimes people do hardcore. Some people do hardcore pro wrestling.
Hello? Shit pissed me off though, Andre.
I understand that, but now they can't wake the nigga up. He's fucking in the ring, fucking flatline, bro.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that shit. I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to fucking take it there.
Alright, I'll call you back later.
Let's go. Ready? Get in the car. Let's go.
Awake and flatlined, probably thinking that he killed him and facing a lot more jail time than what he's decisions, which led to this, which
Fucked up. I'm not even gonna lie. It's part of the reason why I didn't stream earlier. I was supposed to stream going to fucking bowling with AJ.
I'm telling y'all something. My son.
Yeah, well, you know, chimps be doing chimp shit. That does add some context to the whole situation, though. Why he, So, like, my assumption was he just held on to this grudge like a fucking retard or something, but what was actually going on is it seems like he had cooled off. He accepted the guy's apology, but his dad and his live stream chat fucking rage baited him and egged him on like fucking crazy and made him feel so fucking insecure about himself that he felt like he had to just beat the ever-living fuck out of that guy. So it does add some additional context.
I know you think neither could beat you in a fight because you're a retard, but who would you think has better odds of beating you? Joey Carbstrong, former gang member, or Dower Wise, taller than you, better looking and stronger than you, Stephanie as ex?
They're both kind of weak and small, and I don't think either of them would have any better of a chance. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Your skin looks amazing. What are you doing? Serostim. Lots of growth hormone. All the growth hormone. And I get a lot of vitamin D. Go get that sunlight. Growth hormone. lots and lots of growth hormone. I just spent like the last 2 months. What was it? It was like 6 weeks, maybe. Yeah, I think it was 6 weeks. I was doing 18 IUs a day of genotropin. Then I took 10 days off when I went to Vegas and Dubai. And then now I'm back on doing 18 IUs of Serostim a night. So I'm going to say it's the growth hormone, like hands down.
That's a lot of growth hormone. I'm only doing 5 IUs per day.
Down.
I don't know if I can say that I notice a difference in my skin quality. Like I already have good skin. Can jump rope cause CT since you're jumping up and down? I doubt it. I haven't seen anything. Because if that would cause CTE, I would imagine like marathon runners would have CTE. So I doubt it. I don't think it's enough of an impact.
I don't know why. I do know why. Willie Mack decides to run and make a video like 2 hours after DMing me. Now I understand. I get it. Okay. We have to do the Destiny bad because it's too much heat from other people, which, listen, I get it's a lot of heat online. Okay. That's fine. I get it. I understand it. And Ethan, obviously with this whole, I noticed all the comments on the video where people were like, wow, I noticed that the crew was like very giddy and excited and happy this episode when it seems like they're usually very sullen and they don't say anything because anytime Ethan is criticizing his son, all of them are in the sunken place behind their desks. But when it was me, oh, they're so excited to repost or retweet or retread whatever stuff pops up online. So the thing is, so you know what, actually, this guy said it best. Hold on.
Answer here. I'm trying to meet your request of giving nonstop defense because your baby ass can't defend yourself. Keemstar will make insane accusations, groundless accusations, and then he expects you to defend yourself. In fact, he likes it if you'll come on his show and defend himself. That's how his operation works. And so he goes, oh, well, he didn't say anything in his defense, so he must be guilty. Have you ever...
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
America has around 7 million slaves today. That is far more slaves than what the US brought over during the transatlantic slave trade. Cuba, Jamaica, and especially Brazil brought in way more slaves than the US did. But do you...
Yeah, that doesn't mean there weren't more slaves. They bred slaves. So that's missing an important detail.
You hear constant calls for reparations in those countries?
Of course not, but that's because we live in the United States of America, which is the greatest country on the face of the planet. So naturally, the ease of life that we have in comparison to other nations is going to give an entitlement pedestalization syndrome that people attach to themselves because they're lazy and don't like working on their own. So they feel like, oh, because of history that I never had to experience, I should get free things and I should get the benefit of the doubt, even though I have no talents and offer nothing.
Okay, great. Thanks, Kid Boo, for that pointless video.
Ever lied to anyone on YouTube? What do you think? An FBI? I don't think...
I'm not gonna play this game of every single time some insane person releases some random screenshot or piece of paper or whatever.
The wrestler had facial bones broken, still in critical care, missing teeth. Yeah, he fucked him up. Yeah, Raja better hope that guy doesn't end up dying, because he literally could still die from like a concussion and brain bleed and shit. If that guy's dead, his life is fucking over.
That I'm going to come and run through all these communities and try to give some crazy explanation for whatever else. Because one, the only thing that's happening is I see that every single thing I possibly say gets either misconstrued or drawn out to the most absurd reality possible, to where Nicholas Oreo Cakes or whatever is saying that I'm threatening Willie's wife because I said she was a Mossad agent, which, because I have to clarify, was a joke, okay? I was indeed joking. I'm sorry for that joke. To the best of my knowledge, okay, I can't say 100%, but to the best of my knowledge, Willie's wife is not a Mossad agent, okay? Number one. And number two, it feeds the content network for all of these people who just make content out of all by responses based on what I say, okay? I was hoping that, I guess Ethan wouldn't have his Destiny. I know that he's like been hungry to like kind of show some disavowal of me, because every time him and Hassan fight, Hassan like uses me as some attack vector to go after Ethan, which is weird because I mean, at least it should be proven today. I have traded a total of 2 messages with Ethan in my entire life. I've said this before. I think it was like, I don't even know when. It was after October 7th when Hassan's chat was like spamming insane shit. And I went over on stream and I think Ethan DM'd me and asked me, he was like, wait, where did you get the chat message from? I told him, I think this might be 2 years ago. Yeah, these are so, but I think Ethan is like so desperate to get away from the Destiny controls me narrative that he decides to do his little unhinged bullshit stream. Yeah, I'm going back to where I was before, which is I'll wait until my court case is over. I'll go over filings as they come out. But this, I realized that, well, I didn't know that Willie would make a video with him crying into the camera of like, oh, this is 911, record. I can talk about more of this when my shit-ass case is over, which is hopefully soon, but who knows? whenever stuff gets read. Oh, now we've moved to the whatever, like 17, 18. Here's the thing, okay? When it comes to ages for hooking up with people in general, I feel like you can play this game like regardless of how far you want to go. 18 and older is an adult in the United States. If people are like, oh, you should wait until they're 21, then I feel like it would just move to 21 and older. Like, oh, why are you hooking with a 21-year-old, or why are you hooking with a 23-year-old? Like, listen, if you're an adult, you're an adult. I don't know what the point is of moving the bar on this. If you think that like 18 years old is like a horrible age of people to hook up, then maybe we can make like tax brackets for hookup consent. But I don't know. Like, it's just funny to see the bar moving on this. I don't care. Whatever. Listen. I'll say what I said before, okay? Whatever you've read about me online, whatever you post about me, it's true and worse, okay? All of it is true and worse, okay? The feds are coming. The cases are mounting. The Mossad and the KGB are tracking, okay? They will be here one day. I've been streaming for 16 years, but this is the last one, okay? The walls are closing in this time. For real, for real, for real, okay? They're closing in. I swear to God they are, all right? I've never been more on edge and afraid of the walls closing in as I am right now, okay? Seems like you have an actual case of defamation from Ethan, no? Maybe, maybe not. The thing is, lawsuits suck. They're expensive. It's annoying. I don't even know if it's worth it. And I just don't care that much because you know what? We just keep on rolling, okay? Bro, I can't believe how quick these two are to believe anything they read on Kiwi Farms and been harassing them for the last few months. You know what? That's how it goes, okay? I just don't know why you talked to Willie Mac at all. I don't remember. I think he messaged me on something. But I mean, I've been in communication with him. I just didn't expect him to run and fucking make a YouTube video in 2 seconds based off some DMs with us. Obviously, I would have approached that conversation a lot more care in terms of how I'm phrasing things, obviously. But you know what? Whatever. Listen, whatever you want to believe what you want. Okay?
Yeah, that's...
The feds, they're on their way, all right?
Like, that is super fucking scummy to, like, just DMing somebody a question and then, like, not realizing that they're gonna fucking run and make a whole video about whatever you're fucking talking about. Like, you might want to mention that so that you might want to, like, make sure you word things a certain way so it's not taken out of context.
I'm just trying to run a stream before they get here. Inshallah, ABH3. Oh, I'm so glad he finally found his voice. I wonder how awkward it feels when his boss is sitting there railing on his Turkish idol, and he has to sit there and hold his tongue the entire time, knowing that he's getting by Hassan's entire fan base the entire time regardless, and that being a spineless guy actually isn't helping him at any part of this whatsoever. But that's okay. And Ethan has to.
What are some of the best arguments against marriage? Trying to convince my parents in India why I shouldn't marry in the US as a man. Just wondering since you were married. What does it do for you? Guess what? You don't need women for fucking shit. You don't need somebody to clean the house. You can do that on your own. Like, everything's automated, so you can get an automatic fucking vacuum. You can, like, there's the washing machine, that's automatic. You just throw the fucking clothes in. And if you really fucking want, like, what? You might have to pay, $100 every couple weeks for a maid service to come in if you're that lazy. That's cheaper than fucking having a wife or something. $100 every couple weeks versus like your wife who's going to take more money than that from you. You have to listen to nagging, bitching, whining, fucking complaining from somebody who isn't necessarily a reasonable, rational person. Where, you know, you can make every fucking argument in the world explaining why they're wrong, why they're being unreasonable, and they'll never stop because they're just a fucking retarded child. It's nothing but a liability, and it adds nothing to your fucking life. You want sex, you can get sex fucking easy anywhere. You can go to a fucking massage parlor. You want somebody to cook and clean for you? Okay, well, there's fucking Uber Eats. You can hire a fucking chef. You can hire a meal delivery service. You can learn to make your own fucking food like an adult. You can hire a maid service. You can, again, just do your own fucking cleaning as a fucking adult. You don't need women for fucking shit. And having some, like, weird legal contract where, oh, you can steal all of my fucking money and all of my property because you're a woman and women just deserve things for no reason. Like, why in the fuck would you ever get married? It's stupid. It's just dumb as fuck. Your parents are retarded.
To feel bad too, because he's sitting there while his whole fucking crew is awkwardly staring at him because nobody wants to participate. It's all good. H3 has been a girly pop gossipy channel for a while now. His audience is likely a majority women who watch things like RuPaul and talk pop culture, celebrity relationships. It was inevitable. I actually disagree. I feel like the H3 fan base for the most part is actually one of the more chiller fan bases on the internet. I think it's because, not to pull my woke card out, but I think it's because it's like probably a little bit more women versus men. Like it wouldn't surprise me if that fan base was like 40% women. But then also because they do kind of like more pop culture stuff, it does get a bit more grounded. Like I see a lot of comments popping up, even in that H3 subreddit about how like all politics streamers are cancer and all of those communities are cancer. And that's about like 95% correct. It is a special type of cancer. Although again, I would point my fingers to Hassan and shit for that. And AB and all the little people that are hiding behind the desks that are too afraid to say anything in those segments. I would say that those people are like, you can point fingers directly at those types of people to blame. I think it would be way more interesting and more fascinating to have policy-oriented debates. If somebody disagrees on Israel-Palestine, we can fight over the massacres, in Iran or other places pre-48, justify or pre-40, justify all the back and forth fighting and who's right or wrong. Like, I think this would be super interesting and fascinating discussion.
Do you think there's an ethical issue with massage parlor prostitution? Like, how do you know the person isn't being coerced? You could make that argument about literally any fucking business. How do you know anyone isn't being coerced into doing fucking anything? I'm sure, like, most of the people who clean toilets for a living aren't exactly doing it because they have a, like, you know, their pick of options. So is that coercion? Like, oh, well, they're less intelligent, not as well educated, and they're kind of like, you know, stuck in a place where they have to kind of pick a shitty job that, you know, no one else wants to do. Like, you can call that coercion. I don't know why, you know, that sort of issue is unique to prostitution. I think it's a case in probably most jobs. Especially when you're talking about the military, too. Like, the amount of fucking idiot, you know, kids and, I don't know, people who just have nothing else going on in their lives. And then they get these big promises from recruiters who flat out lie to them. And then they have to go to Afghanistan and then they get their legs blown off. Like, if we're cool with that, then I don't know why there's, like, this big fear of getting jerked off by an Asian woman at a massage parlor, you know?
It should happen. Nobody wants to have those conversations. They just want to call everybody a sex pest or whatever else. Hold on, wait. I just had another random fan snap me nude. Check this out. I'm showing it to all my friends right now. How old is she? Oh, I have no idea, but oh, check this one out too. And this one out too. And this one out too. But yeah, I think, listen, if that's what people want online politics to be, then I guess that's what online politics can be. It is what it is. But like when you make more than them, I'm pretty sure Ethan makes more than me. Those guys are loaded. AB, Olivia, and Dan are Caucason agents that never defend Ethan when they beef. It's insane. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's also by design too. Oh God, I want to give them charity. It's by design too, because anytime these people step out and criticize Hassan, that entire network of people is also going to come out and harass all of those people as well, right? So AB, Olivia, and all those people, if they don't toe the lefty line, you know, they're going to come under huge fire from that side as well, so they kind of have to. Because if you don't toe the line on their side, then they're going to get called token figures or, you know, Uncle Toms or whatever else. So I mean, like, to be fair, they're in a rough position as well. So, but I mean, like, it's whatever. That's okay. Take a deep breath. Fortress Arc it away. Not really. Well, I feel like I need to play a 1 month video game break, maybe. I still think the Ryan Beard memes were probably my favorite. The making the video of me, who is the scariest and most dangerous comedian on the internet, and then announcing that he's making a video on Hassan Ethan.
Did you know Raja is vegan?
He's
Rampage
not
makes
vegan.
fun of him for it.
Why?
He's not vegan.
Why is he vegan? My son's a vegan because
He doesn't know what veganism is. He's not
he's
vegan.
a bitch. Huh? You heard that?
That's making you look bad. You trying to degrade and downplay your own kid.
Man, fuck you. As my genetic makeup, he
Yeah, so you can kind of understand why Raja has, like, fucking emotional issues, because he's constantly getting bullied by his own dad.
He love animals, but he don't do it for the animals. He said he want to be a vegan because he look like a gorilla, and gorillas are vegan. Hey, you don't look like a gorilla, nigga, but you smell like one, so I understand.
Yeah, he's not vegan.
You guys want one?
Yeah, he won't eat no meat.
Why you gotta do that to me?
What?
Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta say that?
What?
It's not everybody's business.
Is it a secret?
Nah, I'm just saying though. You don't have to just say that shit.
I thought vegans were proud. It's in your bio, nigga.
Nah, it's not in my fucking bio. What the fuck you talking about? That's like me saying, hey, you know he gets his ass ate too.
Shut up. What the fuck,
That's
man?
what I'm saying.
My son's a vegan.
Hey.
Thank you. Hey, my
Thanks for the donation, Yoshi City.
Just because your marriage failed doesn't make marriage as a concept untenable. Me and my wife of 4 years laughed about your little rant. You really need to touch grass and learn to respect women too. Women aren't just washing machines and sex robots.
Yeah, they are. So, why else would you get married? So, please explain to me what you get as a man from a marriage. So, she gets to steal all of your fucking money and property. What do you get? Right? So, I'm very confused. she gets financial security where if the marriage fails, she gets to just steal money on the basis of, well, I'm a woman. I'm a useless fucking retard. I can't do anything on my own. I'm dumb. So, like, how am I supposed to, like, live my own life? Women can't live their own lives. They have to, like, sink their claws into you and leech off your life. So, what do men get in return from marriage? Absolutely fucking nothing. It's nothing but a liability. So, that's some of the stupidest fucking shit I've ever fucking heard in my goddamn life. And if you're gonna fucking tell me, oh, but you get love and romance and da-da-da, you get that from a girlfriend. So what's fucking unique about that? Nothing. You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, fucking moron. Be cucked. Yeah, let's see what happens in another 4 years with you. We're happily fucking married. You're an idiot. You just don't respect women. Yeah, great. Let's see what happens in another 4 years or another 4 years after that. Most marriages fucking fail, and guess what? If you make more money than her, you're gonna have a rude awakening, buddy.
Then, and that he's gonna be fair, and the lefties bully him so hard he has to stop. He can't even finish his research for the video. I think that was funny. I was at that after every drama/scandal involving you is over and settled down, you seem to somehow get right back into it because like 95% of it is bullshit. And I don't know, it is what it is. And I have a penchant for dealing with crazies online, I guess. Although this might be the one. This is it. Have you sworn off friendships with content creators? Yeah, kind of. I'll say this again, and I don't think this message can't carry. The thing that's the most annoying, I think, about all of this is that she was actually 12. No, I'm just kidding. The thing that's the most annoying about all of this is that I think a lot of people, and I keep seeing these comments pop up on my own subreddit. I might have permabaned you for this also. By the way, if I permaban you, just email the mods and they'll unban you, okay? The most annoying thing is like people keep thinking that all of this drama keeps popping up like every month, every 6 months, like over and over and over again. But it's not. It's the same story that gets rehashed or refiltered in a slightly different way from the revenge leaks at the end of 2024. Like it's the same story over and over again with a new twist or a new thing or a new added whatever. But people have this perception that there's like a crazy thing happening like every few months. But it's not a crazy thing happening every few months. It's just a stupid for this person I talked to back in 2022, 2023, 2020. Yeah, it's just annoying. Can you respond to Willie's reply? Because to be honest, your defense is not convincing. Good. I hope it's not. But the reality is literally every single thing I've said has gotten twisted and has gotten morphed or moved to like the most ridiculous thing in the universe. So I'm gonna shut up and not talk about this until my court case is over, okay? Because I'm bounded. I'm restricted like 15 different ways from saying stupid shit, such that in talking about a hearing that I had with Pixie, like their lawyers already like 2 days ago, like moved to file a motion. Like, we're trying to get this thing sealed. He's still talking about the transcript. Blah, blah, blah. So like, no, it's not worth it because none of it is obviously doing me any favors anyway. So yeah, this is not an argument that I'm gonna win at the moment publicly, which is fine, but I have to wait until my case is over. Recently heard you say you used to play EVE Online. Any chance we get some casual EVE gameplay, or are you done with it for good? EVE gameplay? Well, actually, I shouldn't say anything because I don't play the game in maybe a decade. Is that you don't break down when it seems your friends moving around. Okay. And then also I said, okay, this is my last response to any of this, and then I'm done. Okay, I'm not talking about any of this because literally none of this is helping me publicly. So there's literally no point in doing this. That's what I said. You can't respond to after score case. Pixie, fair enough if true. I think you should probably get on stream with this legal counsel and have them explain why having a alleged CP since November is okay in this instance and legal. I've not seen one lawyer agree with this. I don't know how retarded you have to be to think that that any lawyer would ever agree to do this. The whole point, like, why would your lawyer ever counsel you in a public setting, in a public forum? Part of the whole like benefit of patient-client confidentiality, or not patient, lawyer-client confidentiality, is that these conversations aren't accessible to the public. So the idea that any law firm would agree, oh hey, let's do some legal counseling in a public setting is beyond stupid. Number one. Number two, to assume that I'm not like in contact with anybody or having conversations about things that are going on is also beyond retarded. But it's not. Sorry, hold on. I keep with this, okay? It's not retarded, okay? This is intentional. I understand, like I said before, I understand that people catch a lot of heat when they are associated with me, and so sometimes you have to do the performative, like, oh my god, like, is OBS recording? I got a report. Like, I get it, okay? But don't pretend that you're like after some actual information or actually, because if anybody gave a about any of that at all, there'd be a lot more questions for other people involved. But listen, I get it, okay? Does Olivia have any political opinions? She seems culturally socialist, but I would sort of say the same thing about someone even Ludwig or even Atriarch. I think most of his non-ego, I have no idea, I don't know.
Vegangains is basically screaming for attention and thinks if his marriage failed, all other marriages fail. Look at the failure rate of marriage, dude. So, tell me that again. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? As well, he is so lost in his failed marriage, he won't confront his own issues and change. Buddy, I was the one who was paying all the fucking bills. I was doing most of the fucking housework. She was so fucking lazy, she even wanted me to take care of the fucking animals that she fucking wanted and made me fucking pay for. And all she did was fucking play video games all day. She literally put no fucking effort into the relationship and contributed absolutely fucking zero. So, oh, Vegan Gains has issues and he won't change. Well, guess what I will do? I'll get up in the morning, fucking work, make money, pay the fucking bills, do housework, like just keep everything fucking together, unlike her, so you can fuck off. Congratulations, you're banned.
The political positions of anybody on the H3 show. I just know that all of them are in an awkward position because obviously they did leftovers of the sun for a while. A lot of them are very, I'm trying to think of a nicer word than like beholden or captured by, because that makes them sound like they're children. But like, obviously there's a lot of audience pressure, not even from the H3 audience though, but from other people related to the staff. So they're in weird spots. But is there no limit to how much they can keep dragging it with motions? I have no clue. Well, no, I guess there's not really. I think at some point you can push for what, like a Rule 12 thing or something. But the
no,
I mean you're right. It's civil court. You can spam the docket as much as you want. I had a crazy woman e-stalked me last year, and it turned my life into a nightmare. It's sent from one of those girl groups like the FT. It was total BS. But when men are being accused of anything by women, the burden to defend yourself. Keep in mind, I'm not even being accused of anything by a woman at all right now, right? This might be the first. Well, actually, I don't know. This is the first time that somebody tried to cancel somebody for somebody's alleged age when the victim isn't even making any of the accusations. It's just other third parties. Jesus. I don't know. I don't agree with all your BS, but you're not some beacon of morality for me or anything. These people judging starting stop are living a delulu rally where they find the person they're desperately missing. Maybe, I don't know. I wouldn't even care. Listen, you want to judge me for whatever, that's fine. But it's just like the idea that like I'm some like seeker of, like the whole Anna drama was probably some of the most infamous woman drama on my stream. She's like my age. So what are you going to do? One must imagine. Destiny happy. True. I love pushing the boulder up the hill. What the fuck? I don't know anything about this man, but he once decided he wanted to debate me, and I was harassed by his fans for months. Well, I said, who is that? What is happening? Who is this? Did we harass this person for months? Did I miss the email on that, guys? On the brigade list? Wow, thanks for 20 gift subs. Because the cops actually directed really, listen, bro, I'm on a first name basis, okay? With multiple field officers here. They come to my house all the
Dude, people just make up fucking retarded shit about Destiny.
time. I basically just have, the reason why my stream is late on Fridays is because I have like my Friday afternoon coffee, okay, with my local FBI field.
Dodo, donate $2 and SJW say women are slaves to their husbands. In your case, it was the other way around. That is the most retarded fucking nonsense I've ever heard in my fucking life. Like, let's just take the, typical, traditional housewife thing. Oh, she has to stay home, take care of the kids, do the dishes, make food. Is that harder than working 8 hours a day? So you'd rather go to fucking work, sit in a fucking office cubicle, and then drive home in heavy traffic for like 30 to 45 minutes every day, then stay at home, watch TV, play with your kids, just do like basic housework when you can like listen to music, do whatever the fuck you want. Like it's just a joke, dude. Women complain about things that are not a fucking problem. That's just what they do. You can look at the rates of like divorce between gay couples, heterosexual couples, lesbian couples, and you'll see a pattern emerge where women are clearly to fucking blame with relationships, failing. Lesbian relationships, by the way, have higher rates of intimate partner violence. So women seem to be the ones who initiate violence more than men. Like, it's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Rick donated $2. Did I do something wrong with my last question? My apologies if I did. Yeah, you mentioned he who shall not be named. Thanks for the donation.
Where they go through the weekly reports on me. I'm like, did you really want to kill this guy? It's like, no, that wasn't me. It's like, okay. Why is Dan backing off? Because people are spam calling his wife's workplace and harassing his family. Yeah. But hey, listen, good times. But that's okay. We take a deep breath. Ew. Oh no. Do you think audiences like H3s are more toxic? Do female-heavy audiences have more of a propensity to be retarded? No, like I've said a million times, I think the H3's audience is like significantly more normal than any audience over here in the political streaming world. Just at least based on a little bit that I've said. I think I'm really far outside of my comfort zone, okay? Because I don't dabble in these communities too much. But from like, I don't even want to associate them with like femcelly stuff. But like, if you go to like femcel heavy audiences, and that doesn't mean just female heavy audiences. So like H3s might be majority female, but that doesn't just mean like women heavy audiences, but like women that do like a lot of gossip or whatever. There's a certain like attitude where it's so weird and hard to explain, but it'll be like a bunch of like relatively modern feminist like adjacent women, but they have the most sexist attacks towards women that they don't like. Like that's usually how I can tell like the femcelly audiences. So it would be like, imagine going into some place and everyone is like, oh, like, huh, this is why like her last 2 boyfriends ditched her and why she probably got cheated on. And this girl is, you know, 35. Obviously she's not married. You can tell that she feels real bad. Blah, blah. Like, or like it'll be stuff where I'm reading. It's like, okay, this is like a women femcel audience. I've never seen that from H3's audience. I don't know if I don't know if they have the proclivity. I never have any like idea of that. But from my impression, it seems like the H3 audience is significantly more normal, and I mean that in a good way, than all of the politics audiences. But again, like I stress, the annoying thing is that politics already draws like a more toxic audience. But the way that like people like Now Hassan have just amplified it up to 100 in terms of the.
Rick donated $2. Why do you hate him? Won't say his name again because he's a rapist. Thanks for the donation.
Weird, gross, like personal attacks and digging, because yeah, has made it, I think, significantly worse. Yeah. Or I shouldn't even say worse, maybe. It's made it significantly different, basically. Yeah. At Destiny, Ethan's crew is literally just soy. It's fine, but they are the softest soy group of people. It literally spills through the screen. Like, I don't think, like, saying that Ethan's crew is soy is like being a bodybuilder and then going to watch a movie and saying, like, God, these actors all seem so weak. Like, I bet these guys couldn't even bench a plate. I bet this guy couldn't do 10 pull-ups. I bet this guy, like, it's just not the way to evaluate them or judge them. Like, Ethan's crew is not supposed to be there. Or none of the people involved with the podcast are supposed to be like hardcore, like debater. I'm the debater archetype. I'm gonna crush everybody. Like, they're there to.
This seemed fucking stupid. This was another sort of embarrassing one for Mike.
Was at a college party once. And there's tons of people in the party, guys, girls, everyone, you know, just college. There was a poster on the wall. It wasn't very big. But it said, "No fat chicks." I remember turning my head at one point during the party, and I saw 2 girls standing there, well away from the picture. And they were chatting, having fun. And they were both like they were fat. You know, I'm not gonna walk around it. I wondered at the time, and I've wondered many times since, what it would feel like to read that mid-conversation with someone at the party.
Oh my god, what a fucking weenie. Well, you'd know, dipshit. You had to get liposuction, so, like, what a fucking twat. Just what an insecure fucking, like... Buddy, you can just kind of look at something and laugh. Like, if there's a poster on the wall that says "No fat chicks," and you're a fat chick, it's funny. Like, as if anybody else takes it that deep. I remember 20 years ago, I was at a party in college, and I saw fat girls at a party, and they didn't notice, but there was a poster on the wall that said "No fat chicks." And for the last 20 years, I've been wondering, what if they saw that poster? How would they feel about it? Oh my god. Like, Mike has lost his fucking mind. Like, this and the fucking AI, like, best friend. Like, Jesus Christ.
Like...
Is he trying to convince people he's fucking gay?
It can't feel good. By a certain age, if you are not conventionally attractive, or at least like decent, you start to learn, subconsciously or consciously, that all of these things that people live in their lives, romance, interaction, things like that, they're just not for you. That is a giant, unmitigated tragedy. The aesthetic revolution, using biology and technology and all of our best efforts, whatever the hell you brought with your biology, however you look, we're going to make it a little bit better, and then better, and then better, until you look like what you want. And then those people will have a psychological healing that is unprecedented.
That means there's some kind of pre-assumption that those who are unattractive are broken. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that?
Interesting choice of words by you. Not wrong. Hurt, and thus requiring healing.
On this.
Or maybe they're just like, I'm not that good looking. You know? Like, there are people who aren't that tall. Are they broken? Are they hurt? Because they're not a 7-foot tall basketball player? Like, no, there are people who are like short and they're like, yeah, I'm not tall. I'm like 5'6", I'm below average, you know, whatever. Like, there are people who are like, you know, not that good looking. They're kind of ugly and they're like, yeah, I'm kind of ugly. You know, it is what it is. Mike Israetel, they're hurting inside. They're like broken. What a fucking, like, he's fucking gay. What the fuck?
That means there's some kind of pre-assumption that those who are unattractive are broken.
Mm-hmm.
You believe that?
Interesting choice of.
Do you intentionally ignore Stefania? Do you give her the attention she needs and not the attention she wants? You said that before regarding giving women attention. Does she get enough attention to not want to go crawling back to Dow for his big dick?
Sure. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Words by you. Not wrong. Hurt. Psychologically hurt. And thus requiring healing. So,
and how are you landing there?
Yeah. I mean, so if you look at the literature on how the degree of.
I'll just throw a random non-related example of where my mind's going.
Sure.
There is this presumption that if you're not as wealthy as someone else, you're sadder, not as happy. But then when we look at basic needs being met, you have security, you have a home, whatever that magic number is. One documentary, one study will tell you some specific number, $70,000 earned a year. Happiness doesn't really change. Is this the same principle where like your looks really don't matter? Even in a situation where people say, oh, if I lose a limb, I'm going to be so much less happy. But then you have the same interviews with people who have lost a limb or are paraplegic or quadriplegic, and they say, man, my happiness level is the same.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the same wrong assumption that we could make as humans in those examples?
Mm-hmm. That's a great point. The amount of psychological healing that can result from you radically upgrading your appearance so that you look like what you want is not boundless. And it also requires.
Has the jazz man said anything to you lately? Is she salty about you dating Stefania? Are you still dating Stefania or has she...
I don't care, dude. Thanks for the donation.
A certain bit of work on at least two other fronts. One is really kind of doing the inner work of accepting and loving yourself. Nobody can do that for you. Therapists can help a ton, but you can look flawless, and there are many, many Instagram girls that look like, oh my God, this is a real person, and their brains are all sorts of gnarly because they hate themselves. So that's definitely a thing. And also, once you become much more attractive, you have to let it sink in. And the way I've been thinking about it is this. Let's say that between the age of 5, when you first found out that people thought you were ugly generally, and some people were nice enough not to say it, but many people were not nice enough to say it, and up until you're 35 and you finally get, let's just pretend it's just all one radical procedure together and you come out as a Barbie, you have an area under the curve of 30 years of f***ing trauma, basically. And you may need 30 years of really imbibing with your true deep self, this new reality. Because a lot of people, when they get an upgrade, they'll go, oh, yeah, people are like, oh my God, you look gorgeous. Like, oh, yeah, that's no big deal. And it's fine to say that for polite company, but even in their own heads, they'll try not to accept the fact that, no, they do belong now. I think that acceptance takes a long time and is something optional. You can do it or you can not do it. Some people have made radical transformations in a variety of things and have never really let them sink in. And then they're making, I think, a gigantic mistake, because all of that stuff that happened to you in your childhood, that people said hateful things, you thought such hateful things about yourself, that's neural wiring. And you don't really, in most cases, I mean, unless you smash a ton of psychedelics or something.
Wow, lol, we all know what that means. Stefania stopped giving you attention and you're salty about.
I don't want to hear anything about my fucking relationships anymore tonight. Like, I've had enough, okay? I have my own fucking life. Who fucking cares? I don't fucking care what you think about fucking Jasmine or other women. I don't fucking care. I'm not defined by my relationships, past or present. I don't fucking care. Shut up.
Even that doesn't work all that well. You don't just rewire everything right up. Like, your brain doesn't work like a CPU where just, oh, just delete this part of the drive and install a new program. It takes a long time to upgrade. And so the benefits of looking substantially more attractive than you used to are not infinite. And you can absolutely collect very few of them, even if you look super attractive, if you resist really like floating in that wonderful sea of compliments and of looking yourself in the mirror and going, yeah, hell yeah, this is working. Because like, I know people in bodybuilding that look like machines, like androids, like flawless. Like, you look at them, you're like, how the hell do you look like this? And they like point to like one part. They're like, yeah, I don't really love how my chest is shaped. That shit's on their mind 24/7.
Sure.
And if someone compliments them, like, yeah, I don't know, I kind of have small arms. You're like, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't you ever want to feel like you actually did the thing? And most people around you won't help you feel that. It's something you have to feel yourself. So it is definitely not a thing, just like the wealth example. You can't really say like, oh, as soon as you get wealthy, you'll be happy forever. Is this solve all your problems? Absolutely not. But I will say the opposite is also an interesting thought experiment. If you're like, well, people who lose limbs are statistically roughly as happy after, say, years of agony of trying to accept the fact that they don't have a limb anymore, by the way, that as the rest of us, that's totally true. If I give you a saw, how likely are you to chop your leg off? I say profoundly unlikely, for good reason. At least the acute trauma of having to
I didn't ask
Don't
if
care. Thanks for
deal
the
with the fact that your limb is gone is substantially different. Now, what would be really wonderful is people who've lost limbs to, get to a place where.
So wait, love.
Son Goku, donate $2. Are you still super strict with your diet? Do you eat junk food every once in a while? Yep, still super strict. And I do not eat junk food once in a while. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
At first sight. Let's move off police body cams because that's going to take us in a direction.
Yeah, that's right. So love at first sight is a thing that is fundamentally reserved mostly for attractive people. And through no doing of their own, mostly because attractiveness is largely genetic, unless we have tractable ways to change it, which is what the book is about. And so you could be that girl that went on a Buddhist spirit journey. She's okay with how she looks at a huge, deep level. You're still not going out with that guy at the office who you adore. He's never going to marry you. You're never going to have children with him. You may not ever have the candidacy of a man that you consider worthwhile of your time on a financial level, on a status level, on a deep emotional connection level, on an intellectual level. All of those guys have pursued women significantly more attractive than you physically, and you're never going to eat at that table. And that is a tragedy, because inside you're much better.
That's an unfair assumption that would happen.
It's statistically true. So
I mean, by what statistics? There's a statistic that you specifically.
Yeah. Statistically true in the sense of that it happens on average and on aggregate. So like, is there a probability that you're fundamentally very unattractive?
He's asking for
1 by 1 equals 2 liters. M.F.A.O.
What about what he was saying is incorrect?
We're going to get into something about multiplication, where Terrence has an issue with multiplication.
I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with multiplication either.
Well, then 1 times 1 is what?
1 times 1 should equal 2. And action times an action. If you can show me one place in the universe.
But you just shifted frames.
No. Show me one place in the universe, one natural observable phenomenon where 1 times 1 equals 1, where an action times an action doesn't have a reaction.
So
yes, Terrence Howard. Oh, those are nice koalas. Oh, it's your mommy with your baby. Oh my goodness, they're so nice. Oh, chickens. I hate the fucking music they add to these videos. Chickens! Oh my god. Those are good chickens. I love chickens. Oh. Panda doesn't want to go to the bath. That's a silly baby. Gotta drag the panda. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. You know, I swear I'm almost at the fucking point where I don't want to watch videos with the sound on anymore. Just put on, like, the closed captions. Everyone adds the most annoying, stupid, fucking, dumb fuck retard, like, dipshit, degenerate, TikTok fuckwit fucking music to all their fucking videos. It's so annoying. Son Goku donate $2 every time I think women's fitness can't be worse. Somehow it gets worse. Nice try. CDG donate $2. I am not into fat women or women who wear a shit ton of makeup. What about you? That's great.
Attractive, and you meet a guy who's way super attractive in all of the ways that matter and the physical ways, and he says, yes, you're that girl. Yes. Is it so unlikely that there are rom-coms about it? Yes.
Yeah, like on a vocabulary.
So Dr. Mike, you know, D.O. Dr. Mike, asked him, what actual statistics are you referring to? Like, what data set? And then all Mike Israetel can say is, well, there's like a lot of romantic comedies where there's like an ugly dude who like got a pretty girl. Like, okay. Sounds like a lot of this is like projection and some of his own personal insecurities.
English level of the words you're saying, I could say it makes sense. The same way that I can say, oh man, putting chemicals in children is bad. Also,
I think after everything Sonic the Hedgehog is the best philosopher of our time. You just gotta go fast. Not give a fuck. He's just living by his own feeling. It doesn't matter who is wrong or who is right. Ride the tiger. Oh.
Did Sonic ever say that? Alright, well thanks for the donation, a la Best of Scammers. I gotta watch that Sonic movie. Still haven't seen that, like the
I
second
wanna
one.
get more into vegan activism, however I need to get more well versed in the literature. Do you have any recommend online resources to vet valid research? There is so much BS online at times it's hard to distinguish between good and bad studies.
I would say take a look at Ask Yourself's Discord server and check out Dr. Avi's Study Archives Discord server. Those would be two good resources. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
also makes sense, but vaccines are good.
Yeah.
So like, how do we distinguish between what you're saying as sounding good versus this is actually what plays out all the time and it's not socially driven by movies and influence from a Hollywood side of things? Like, what's the reality if humans were left to their own devices? How do we figure that out?
If you dig a level deeper on the chemicals claim, you realize that it actually doesn't make any sense. Because if you've ever paid attention for several days in high school chemistry, you know that everything is a chemical pretty much, except for like the neutron star or something. And then you realize that actually is a meaningless statement. And if you dig down deep enough on the claim that physical attractiveness matters a great deal for outcomes in the world, attractive, it's just really the thing. And so like, you know, the whole Lizzo situation?
What's the whole Lizzo situation?
So like there's a real fun kind of inside joke that, you know, your hot girlfriends are like, oh my God, Lizzo's so gorgeous. And then you're like, you look like Lizzo. And they're like, what the fuck do you mean I look like Lizzo? They don't take it well. And like, I thought you said she was gorgeous. Like, I meant like, you know what I mean? Just shut up. And they don't want the conversation because even Lizzo wants to look like Scarlett Johansson, fundamentally. So I digress. We all want to be in that one quadrant. There are people that look good, to your point, and they don't feel so good inside. They feel ugly. Number one candidate, therapy. Immersion, that's a path you have to walk yourself, totally. There are people that look terrible, again, on statistical aggregate, not in some moralistic way, but how most people perceive them and how they perceive themselves. And they feel amazing. They feel beautiful. Lizzo, I don't know how she feels on the inside. She got more swag than half of Manhattan all put together, so I feel like she's probably feeling pretty goddamn good about herself. And so that is nothing short of wonderful. And if that's where you want to stop, God bless you. Then there are people who feel ugly and look ugly. And almost every interaction they ever have that's not neutral reinforces both of those things. So if you tell someone, hey, you're not attractive conventionally, you know this, like, yeah, no shit, all right. But like through a personal journey, you can just shrug all that off and feel your best. They're like, dope. That's very easy to say, profoundly difficult to do. Because every sign you get around you, especially as a younger person, and really as a person of any age, especially as a woman, is the opposite. The amount of inner work and the amount of strength you have to hold, keep your self-esteem and self-image up at all times is really tough to do in the face of everything. It's similar to telling someone who's profoundly, desperately poor, be like, well, like everyone in 1700 was poor and they pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. They did great. Like you just have to have more resilience. You know what the thing is, to your point, that is true. Every single poor person could have more resilience to just deal with it and then get themselves out. People do it all the time. Immigrants do it all the time. But it hits different when it's coming from someone who has money and telling a poor person like, just you don't need all this money. You just got to get, it's all up here. Like, all right. It would sure shit help if I had some money though, wouldn't it? And we know it would. And so I say both. And I say that there are definitely people that are gorgeous on the outside, but struggle deeply mentally. But who we're forgetting are the people that have the exact same genetic proclivity for poor self-image, but they are existing in bodies that are statistically unattractive. That's extra double misery. That sucks in a way that at least the attractive person's like, oh, I feel like shit. And Kevin's like, you're so beautiful, Stacy. And she's like, oh, stop, I don't believe it. At least she's got Kevin over here telling her some shit, and every other guy she'll ever meet being like, oh my God. Like, when you're hot enough, it gets annoying because there's guys just ogle you all the time. Hey, what a great problem to have. What if you want people to ogle you and they never do? And the people that you like and you want to reach out to romantically, almost never do they say yes. And at some point
what if you're like a gay retard and all of this is gay dumb shit? Oh my God. Dating apps.
We can change some of that stuff.
What about the fact that I don't know what great studies have been done on this. I haven't studied the subject enough. In fact,
No, I've never heard of the organization referred to as Shark.
First time discussing the subject with you. That people who, let's say, if you get 1,000 people, a diverse enough sample size, rank someone a 5, or they rank themselves a 5 on a scale of 1 to 10, they then select a partner that's in a similar range. And given the fact that there are perhaps people who, based on these aesthetic principles, will be a 1, they will find someone else who's a 1 and they will deem each other beautiful. You disagree with that as a compensatory natural mechanism that nature designed?
I wish it were so, man. Some people really do function like that. And I think like that's such a huge unlock. What an incredibly, massively beneficial adaptation to kind of detect where you are in the social, physical hierarchy and be like, that's who my candidacy group is.
Dude, like so much of this is actually genuinely fucktarded. Attractiveness doesn't work like this. So like, especially when you're talking about women, you don't have a situation where it's like, oh, this dude is like a 1, this dude's a 2, this dude's a 3, this dude's a 4, this dude's a 5. Like, it's such a complex set of fucking like social factors, emotional factors. With women, familiarity really helps with attractiveness. So if you have like a face or a body that looks familiar to them, or if they know you for a longer period, women are going to be more attracted to you on that basis alone. There's character qualities that make people be perceived as more physically attractive. And it doesn't change the way they actually look, but if you know someone's personality is better, they end up appearing more physically attractive to you. The way he's talking about attraction is just so fucking dumb. Like, yeah, we get it. If you look at somebody in a magazine, you're going to be like, hot, not, whatever. The way this actually affects people in the real world, especially if you're a man, it's just like, you're so gay. Who fucking cares? If somebody's ugly, like, yeah, great. Like, don't make a big fucking deal about it. Retard donated $2. Let me see.
If they haven't hit puberty. I actually want to fuck women, or I actually want to fuck little girls who have hit puberty but are still under the age of consent. That's my preference.
I would have more respect for the defenders if they were just like, yeah, I'm cool with it.
Okay, someone said, Ethan, you shouldn't exaggerate the destiny of claims. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course, but that's because you support 9-year-olds getting fucked, right? Isn't he Muslim or whatever? So your opinion is obviously not very relevant here. Thank you, dipshit.
You shouldn't exaggerate the destiny of claims. Okay, so I'm making this.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is so fucked, dude. I thought I had it bad with the lies and bullshit. Like, Jesus Christ, Destiny has it bad. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Soy Boy donated $2. There's some shit from Harvard, I think, that shows soy causes a big decrease in sperm count. It doesn't, and I think there's a few studies that are bad about soy. There aren't. Maybe your test was low because you ate soy. No. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
I squint really hard. I'm going to find that person attractive. Maybe. I think that does happen for some people. What I would surmise is that reality is mostly much grimmer than that. We know this from lots of dating app studies, which, by the way, if you ever looked into it, there are studies.
Sengoku donated $2. The other dono was a troll, but I'd say if every dude was between 10 to 15% body fat, added muscle to their frame, they'd be no lower than a 7. I don't know if I'd go that far, but, like, yeah, I mean, most, like, honestly, the majority of people would at least be, like, fuckable if they were just healthy and fit. The majority of people. So, yeah, a lot of people are ugly because they're just fat and they don't take good care of themselves. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Studies now with millions of people in the sample groups. Like, that's crazy. You don't even need stats for that. You're like, which bar is higher? You know, like statistical significance is 8 zeros and shit. And what we get from that is that tall, handsome, wealthy men that have some ability to be social, they eat, bro. They eat. I'm talking about they're getting almost all the hot women. Don't you smirk at me. You look like you have a real full belly. You know what I'm saying?
The fact that you're saying they eat.
Yes. Come on. Am I street yet? Was that cool? Am I cool? So I hang around with pieces of shit that talk like that all the time. My friends and my wife. So, and women that are super, super attractive, they just get carte blanche, pick of the litter. And if you look at the bottom 10% of attractiveness for both sexes, you get 2 things. One is probability that you're very successful with the other sex is, or with whichever sex you like, is low, much lower. Not 0, of course, to your point. They find each other. But the thing is that the general software for determining attractiveness is really varied at the edges, but at its core, it's universal. And so most
a conversation about weight?
No.
But that seems to be like the prime example here. Because if we...
Weight's a big deal.
Let's remove the weight as an example and talk about height in men, right? Because that's a factor that's been studied.
Yeah.
I, like, in a child who, let's say, is lacking growth hormone, we worry like, oh, we should supplement growth hormone in this child because they have a deficiency.
Yeah.
And we worry about them developing a very short stature, which could be intervened with and helped with by giving them growth hormone. But at the same time, if we had, let's say, some knowledge and we say, oh, this child is going to grow up 5'6" versus 6, we're not going to be like, oh my God, by all means, get him to 6 because that's going to change his life.
It will, though.
Buddy, yeah, if you could, like, make sure that your kid is gonna be 6 feet rather than 5'6", why in the fuck wouldn't you? By the way, there's that research on growth hormone for treating short stature in children. There's like that bull crap about like increase in stroke risk or something. That's from idiot doctors not knowing how to fucking manage side effects. So if these people knew what the fuck they were doing, you wouldn't see that increased risk of death or adverse events. So it's, again, people always like talk about how, oh my God, steroids are dangerous, growth hormones dangerous. Again, it's because these fucking idiot doctors don't know how to manage side effects.
You don't understand, VG. Being a mom is a hard job. Fuck the guys welding steel beams on a 12-story building. Fuck the guys at war dodging a sniper. Moms have to bend over and hand her kid a tablet so she can have a glass of wine doom scroll. Fuck Ashley.
Oh yeah, that's literally real
Dude,
life.
this Dr. Ravi archived studies are fucking amazing, thank you. Back in the day when you were making your worst of the fitness industry videos, what made a study valid to you? Also make more vids again, man, those are what turned me vegan, they were great.
I don't know what you mean by what makes a study valid. You just use basic critical thinking skills. It's just weight of evidence. Thanks for the donation though, Justin. Appreciate it. But yeah, it's literally the reality. Women just complain about things even when they have it good. Thanks for the donation, Ashley. Johansson sucks.
But that's the question. Will it?
Yeah.
Or are you studying after the fact of judging it and putting this out into the world?
Oh, I'm not judging it. Women that say yes or no when you ask them on dates judge it. And you can see this on OkCupid studies and all that stuff. So I don't remember the figure offhand. Somebody correct me in the comments, but I think if for every extra inch of height a man has, in order to become equally as attractive at that lower height, he has to make like 50 or 100,000 more dollars a year or something totally insane to overcompensate that. And so you don't have to tell a 5'6" kid like, hey kid, you're not a real short end of the stick, literally a little bit. You have to say that. That's toxic. It promotes the wrong kind of attitude. But if he was like, hey, is me being taller going to make me more likely to girls that I like say yes to me when I ask them out on dates? Categorically, the answer is yes. And if you don't tell them that, you are foisting upon them a great illusion that does them no good.
Joey loves you.
Oh my God. Oh, I love Joey. Oh, I love him so much. That is a good kitty. You make sure you tell Joey that I love him back. Love that little guy. So sentient. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Appreciate it.
You're trying to boost their self-esteem by giving them the big lie. And the big lie is like, well, look, height doesn't matter. The depth of your voice doesn't matter. Your hairline doesn't matter. Your income doesn't matter. Your looks don't matter. After a while, you're like, why the hell did people like anyone ever at all? And the reality is all these things matter, and they're true, and they're real, and they're profound.
They matter in terms of getting variety, but does it matter on a scale long-term of a life of happiness, of finding a
Dude, the human beings are just fucking chimpanzees. There's just odd quirks with human psychology. Like, people get this idea that, like, there's someone special for them and crap. Like, if you're locked in a room with someone for long enough, you're going to end up having romantic feelings for them. That's why there's so many office romances that end up happening. It's because, like, people are just stuck in a fucking building for 8 hours straight with each other, and it just fucking happens. Like, it's just not that deep. So there's, like, some superficial things that you want, like money, sexual attractiveness, social benefits. There's some like personal things that you kind of want, like certain amount of attention, being treated a certain way, sex, maybe like children or something, and then it's just matter of circumstance, like whether or not the person is around you for long enough. So it's just not that fucking deep.
A partner, period. Do we see profound loneliness in someone who's 2 inches shorter?
Yeah, God, yeah. Yeah, massive loneliness in physically unattractive women, massive loneliness. There's this whole thing, it's called incels. Like, there's a real people. If you are male...
In my country of Palestine we have national sport called stand in road and throw rock at you. My nephew Abdullah, he very tough. He can throw hard. And he take hit hard.
So, yeah, whenever they talk about the IDF, yeah, this is what's going on. Yeah. They literally throw rocks at Jews.
Need to watch this.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Muhammad. Bugman0.
In the West, because we're very immature, we think that the purpose of a marriage is the happiness of the people who are involved in the marriage, the husband and the wife. And that's just not the purpose of marriage at all. The purpose is long-term facilitation of their psychological and spiritual development and the establishment of an environment that's beneficial to children. That's a responsible.
You know, Jordan Peterson is a fucking moron. Like, genuine fucking retard.
Way of thinking about it. And so we need to have a serious conversation about what that means.
Yes. You see, the point of masturbating isn't just the mere physical, sexual pleasure of the individual. It's about jelqing and stretching the penis to a length in which you are attempting to make the penis longer to above average, and also engage in edging so that when one does end up consummating a relationship or a marriage, you can last longer than 15 minutes. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. Like, everything he says is just so fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, Bugman. So Mike Israetel saying more dumb shit. He's saying, oh, like, incel community is an example of this, how unattractive people end up becoming lonely. You can look at incel communities. They're not any less attractive on average than your average fucking person. There are plenty of fucking incels that look normal and even above average. And then they're still part of these fucking incel communities. Like, Mike Israetel's a fucking idiot. You'll also notice incels are overly represented by men. So if this was all about just physical attractiveness, why is it overly represented by men? And why? I'd love to see research on this if he's going to argue against it. You can look at, like, these incel documentaries and shit. The dudes who are incels are not profoundly unattractive. Like, to where you're like, oh, well, no wonder they can't get a girlfriend. They just look fucking normal and average. Like, some of them are below average, some of them are just average, some of them are even above average. Like, look at that Wheat Waffles cocksucker. So they have their own set of weird personal problems that are preventing them from getting a girlfriend. It has nothing to do with the way they look.
And you are like,
but then Mike is using this as an example of, oh, if you're ugly, you're going to be lonely.
Oh, 5'3", the probability that you get any room 5+ to go on a date with you is teeny tiny. As if you were 6'3", it would be like way, 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 way bigger. I don't personally give a about height at all. I think I was in my late 20s when I learned that height is statistically attraction factor for me. I literally just didn't know that my whole life. It couldn't care less. But
So didn't that help you, not knowing? Because now you're telling everyone.
Yeah.
I love how he said that. Yeah.
So what if, like, when you were 12,
Dude, look at his face. He's like fucking retarded.
you heard this conversation, and I'm like, if you don't grow, your
Oh my
life's gonna
God.
suck. Would that have helped you to get to where you are today?
Oh, this is so funny, dude. Son Goku $22 women. Why don't men help women anymore? Also women.
Oh! Oh my god, that thing's juicing! It's juicing, baby. Watch out. Get out of the way. Get out of the sorry, get out don't of the touch me, spot don't touch me, don't touch Right me. over You're here. gonna walk away now. That's crazy. I don't appreciate that. That's fair. I don't appreciate that. And like, the next girl definitely won't be cool, and I'm not cool about that at all. I'm not gonna scream in your face and tell you that, but I'm gonna tell you, don't do that to people. Again, I was just making sure that you're okay, you're not getting splashed and all that. I really don't appreciate that.
I tell that bitch to go fuck herself. Sure, dude. The amount of girls who've touched me in public without me without them getting permission, it's like, get the fuck out of here. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
So that statement right there is so exaggeratory that it borders on being false.
In what sense?
I gotta play that
You just-
again.
So what if, like, when
care less. But
so
it's a
didn't that
real
help you,
thing.
not knowing? Because now you're telling everyone.
Yeah.
So what if, like, when you were 12, you heard this conversation, and I'm like, if you don't grow, your life's gonna suck. Would that have helped you to get to where you are today?
So that statement right there is so exaggeratory that it borders on being false.
In what sense? You just
It's
said
not
that.
going to suck. It's going to be worse than if you were taller. And then they go.
But then there's so many other variables.
Totally, exactly.
Life is so
So they go, okay,
multifactorial.
I'm not winning it on height. You're like, nah, you're not. So I better like work extra hard at school and maybe get into some hobbies and really push some other way so that I can have all these very pretty girls saying yes to me. And then
that's
you're
not
like,
the that's not the end all be all to life.
Said by someone who eats a lot.
Right. It's not ideal that I'm the one having this conversation, but scientifically, that's not the end all to be all to happiness.
It's not.
If that was, then the people who just date pretty women would statistically have the highest happiness levels.
It's a part of it. It's a part of it. And let me give you another example. How do you pick an excellent partner? There's actually one true thing about this is you get to know lots of people, and only through getting to know and dating lots of people can you ever possibly tell what you like in a person, because it's all pretend until you're like sitting on the couch with them and you're 6 months into dating him and you're like, okay, they look great. There's a huge mismatch on hobbies and interests. Next girlfriend, I'm gonna make sure there's not that mismatch. You gotta sample. And if your sample size is one person ever said yes to on your date, the probability that you settle and end up with them is higher. And the probability that that person is much closer to your ideal match is way, way lower. And thus the probability that you have a not so ideal relationship is also way, way lower.
I don't know if that's true, because if you look at grocery store shelves and you see 10 options for ketchup, you have more options than 2. But if you had 2, statistically, you're probably happier with your choice because you're like, oh, well, I know I don't like that one. I like this one. But when there's 10, you're like, oh, well, do I want this one or do I want that one?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the mantra of some options are better than none. More options aren't better than some.
That's true in an acute sense. If you're just standing there and you're overwhelmed with options. But if you try a bunch of different ketchups all the
WTF donate $2. Joey Carbstrong's legal dog eating video says free Palestine, F Israel 3 times. Yeah, somebody told me about that.
Oh yeah, we see this
Somebody
currently
linked me
in
it,
many fashions.
whatever. He's a retard. Also, do you think what he says is true? It's legal to kill and eat your own dogs because they're technically property. No, you would get charged with animal abuse. Thanks for the donation, WTF.
time, eventually you're going to be like, this is amazing. Where did this come from? You're like, oh, they make it in Denmark. Do you want a box so you can have a lot of it? Yep. Now, every time you go to another restaurant, they don't have that ketchup. They're like, you're not eating ketchup. You're like, I don't fuck with any ketchup. That's not my shit. And you're like, how did you find that out? Well, I tried a lot of ketchups. If ketchup is really meaningful to you, and I think long-term committed relationships are probably really meaningful, you're going to want a bigger sample size. Just mathematically enhances the probability that you will get the outcome that you're looking for. Two ways. One, the chance that you'll randomly find a person that's your person goes up, literally scaled linearly to how many people you date. And two, how you know yourself as a person in a relationship is a big deal. Who you are in a relationship is a little bit different than who you are just casually. And you might not know who you are as a relationship. You might not even know what you want. If you never tried many relationships, you're going to have a really shit sample size and you're not going to be able to pick a person.
When you say biological, what are you looking at?
It's, do you remember the first time you were attracted to female breasts?
First time? No.
Okay, sweet. I do. It's not a thing.
You're going to start telling me a breastfeeding story right now.
You think it was feeding related? How dare you?
I don't know.
Well, it was. How did you know that?
Because you said you like to eat.
Pause the interview. Oh, literally. I say, well, it's drinking, really.
Okay.
It comes out as a solid. You're like,
Sustenance.
I think you need to go to the doctor. I don't think it's supposed to be solid. It's okay. When I was, I was probably 10. One of my acquaintances at a Jewish community center camp in the locker room for the pool was like, hey, Mike, do you like girls yet? And I was like, gee whiz, I sure do, mister. And in exactly that voice, 1950s kid voice. And he was like, oh, like, tell me about like what kind of girls you like. And I was like, well, they have
Red Panda, yeah, dinner with my mom was fine.
Have to be real special, And he was like, you don't like girls yet. In a few years, you're going to like every girl. And I was like, no, I won't, because I'm special. And he's like, okay, kid. And then like when I turned like 12 or 13, whatever the hell, when I like, saw it for the first time, I was like, oh shit, I do like most girls at this point in that way. It was not something that seemingly came from the societal ether. We actually know it doesn't come from the societal ether. If you give your dog a toy, he has no other dogs to look at. He's going to grab it and he's going to do this with it. Completely genetically programmed behavior. It's to disassemble the spinal cord
the
of
motion
prey.
again?
It actually hurts my head a little bit to do that, but for you, I did it twice. So I have other motions I do with my head, which you might find in private even better. Forward and back ones, Mike, in case you were filling the blanks, but also side to side. I've stopped, I swear. Okay. So there are many, many things about our human nature which are biologically driven and biologically expressed, and they do not require consent, and they take some modification for culture, but only at the margins. And so in the same way that nobody tells you, like, you're going to like breasts, it's not like you were reading a magazine and you were like, oh, current literary criticism says I should like spherical objects. Well, here we go. It's guttural, it's deep, it's automatic. That's how most people's assessment of attractiveness writ large is. And it's something you program into people, which is how cultural universals are discovered. Like, why in God's name is a girl that is considered highly attractive in India also very likely to be considered very highly attractive literally anywhere else? I mean, Indian girls are gorgeous. That's not here nor there. But goddamn, how these cultures, like, this is also true in pre-industrial times. There's no communication between cultures. And so what is considered attractive mostly for very well understood biological reasons, detection of fertility, health, youth, etc. And it is one of these things that if you have it,
it's not even really true. It was extremely fashionable in a lot of cultures to be overweight, and that was seen as attractive. And if those same like women who are like seen as sexy because they're like fat, if they were here today, they'd be like considered ugly and gross and fat. Like, it's not even really true. There's a lot of weird social factors involved.
Dope.
Like, you can look at trends in fashion over time too. Like, look at how girls' like butts have been emphasized now. Go back to like the 1970s. No one was really talking about ass. Even like 80s, 90s, like butts weren't really big until like the 2000s, where like yoga pants were becoming a big thing. Jennifer Lopez really made like the whole ass thing big. So there's like weird social yeah, and like BBLs. BBLs weren't a thing until fairly recently, but breast implants were a thing for a while. So there's a lot of weird social factors when it comes to attractiveness. This isn't just like a biological thing. There's a huge interaction between like sex and what would you call it? Like just social factors, culture, I guess.
But then you have almost nothing else. And all of your points completely apply. Like the rest of life is like, okay, you don't have happiness, you're just hot. So you have to deal with a bunch of assholes and predators and people DMing you and people making it seem like they're interested in up here, but they're really interested in here and here. 100%. But if you are the opposite of hot, if you are very undesirable looking, the stack is so against you in so many ways that fixing that problem just fixes the problem and allows you to enter into the conversation for the kinds of problems everyone else has to deal with. Problems you also deal with, but you also deal with this extra problem. I don't want people to have to deal with this extra problem. It's a solved problem. Let me give you an example. Dental work. You know, everyone used to have up teeth back in the day. Mm-hmm. So we fix people teeth. Why do we do that? I mean, you could say like, look, like society tells you people have perfect teeth. That's not true. Snaggletooth, you're totally great. Like it's dope. Or you could just take your 8-year-old who has messed up teeth and to the year 2025 and be like, we're just going to get these fixed. We're just going to fix them.
Well, there's health benefits to getting them fixed.
There are so many health benefits to losing a substantial amount of adiposity.
Well, if you were telling me the reason that you want people aesthetically to change is because it's good for their metabolic health, that's one conversation.
Yeah.
You telling me that they have the stack against them otherwise is a different conversation.
Sure. But most people don't get kids' teeth fixed due to the health benefits. They get them fixed for the aesthetic benefits because the kids don't want to grow up getting people make fun of them for their nasty teeth. Most of the way braces are constructed is from aesthetic.
Well, at the same time, the reason there is that kind of social standard is because like fucked up teeth are not good for you in all likelihood. Red Liar donating $2. Have you debated Red Briar, the anti-vegan troll whose profile picture is Bender spraying kill all humans? He says he debated you twice. Is there any record online of it? I don't know who the fuck that is. So I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, Red Liar.
Perspective. I mean, your teeth are still functional. How many kids get braces in non-functional teeth? Like, oh, very few. That's an orthodontics problem. That's like 1 in 10. Most people who get braces, your teeth are just misaligned and you want to look better.
Well, because if they misaligned at childhood, by the time you're in adulthood, your jaw changes, impacts breathing, eating, etc.
This much. Unless you have
we got to be careful to not come outside of our fields of specialty.
Totally. But like,
because we're already doing it by having this conversation.
Oh, for sure. But
yeah, so he's just making shit up again.
Aesthetics matter. They matter deeply to people because even though it would be cool if we all switched off our aesthetometer, like I would do.
A lot of
completely honest.
I don't know why people still take Mike Israetel seriously, like, or is this just clout? Like, oh, like he's still a big name, so let's have him on. But like, Mike is just kind of a clown.
Why did you get plastic surgery?
Yeah. So in my quest to get as strong, absolutely strong as possible, I was under the illusion that the bigger you get, the stronger you get, which is not so much an illusion, it's true. But I just didn't know that when you get really fat and muscular at the same time, that some of the skin doesn't resorb. And so now that I'm into bodybuilding and I have an aesthetic vision for my physique, a huge limiting factor of mine was that like I just had love handles, and when they weren't filled with fat anymore, they were filled with water.
Yeah, that's right. He's still claiming that the reason he wasn't in shape on stage was because of water. His love handles would disappear, or the fat in his love handles would disappear, and they'd magically be replaced with water. Like, why talk to this guy? He's a fucking idiot.
And then they just look like shit all the time. And I was like, this, I can just get them cut out. So I did.
How'd
It
that
really
go?
just goes about that deep.
How did that go?
So like alpha male plastic surgery, Dr. Douglas Steinbreck, Chicago, New York, Beverly Hills. Amazing. Recommendation.
You went to Beverly Hills to get your plastic surgery.
No, I'm not beautiful enough. I went to Chicago where ugly people go. Chicagoans, it's a joke. Stay calm. They're like, how could you? You know, typical Chicagoan. So mind you, I grew up around Detroit, so all the jokes apply. I did meet a gentleman, Crystal, I met a gentleman yesterday who was from Cleveland, and we were like, oh, and he was like, I know.
Yeah, probably going to do some more vlogs.
Why? What
soon.
happens in Cleveland?
Nothing.
Oh.
It's a terrible place. Do you know that Cleveland has had a nickname called the Mistake by the Lake for a long time?
No.
Yeah.
I grew up in the city, Staten Island, that it was called the Forgotten Borough.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was a borough for a long time.
Look at that.
People are like, I'm from Staten Island. I'm like, where's that? They're like, New York. Like, nah, I've never heard of that. Like,
Some people call it a dump, which is unfair. Because there used to be a Staten Island dump.
That's true.
So
I like the shit that was true in the 40s, like follows into the 2000s. Come on.
Well, we put a park over it, so that means
That's
it's good.
nice. Yeah, it's fine. You're
I
like,
think. I got to fact check that.
This park smells weird. Okay, so I got the procedure, and a lot of it is expectation setting, because not all plastic surgeons.
Denny, nothing stand for Ivory T. Donate $2. Did you see Nathan Fielder's rehearsal? No. Did you know Paramount removed the episode of Nathan For You about Holocaust denial and his outdoor apparel company Summit Ice that promotes Holocaust awareness because it covered sensitive themes in light of Israel-Palestine? I don't know what any of that crap is. I don't know who Nathan Fielder is or what his rehearsal is or his company. Thanks for the donation, dude.
We'll be like, this is what you want. This is what we can give you. And there's a lot of ways it can go wrong in between because they do not want you to have expectations are the mother of all like
lawsuits and plastic surgery.
Yeah, and also just bad vibes, because if you think it's going to make you flawless overnight, you're a big mistake. Also, the surgery takes 1 full year to completely recover from, including all water retention in the area. So if you think you're going to walk out of surgery and look amazing that next day, you have something completely else coming. So did all that stuff, got the procedure. I've had several other surgical procedures before. I've been put under anesthesia before. I generally think it's awesome. And I wake up like, I don't know, like you're all up, but it's fun. There is this thing that when you...
Were the other surgeries aesthetic as well?
This is my first aesthetic surgery. Okay. The other umbilical hernia repair and...
Very low likelihood if I were to become an IFBB pro, I would make any fucking money at all from sponsorship deals. But yeah, I am gonna try to pursue bodybuilding and compete in classic physique. I think like it's still kind of early. I just want to see how I respond to the steroids I'm on, but if I can grow a substantial amount, then yeah, I'll compete.
Once I had some, yeah, so totally, yeah. And so basically, I woke up and my body was screaming at me subconsciously that I had taken a lot of damage. You know, like if you, this is super fucked up, but if you injure an animal, they start making the yelping sound and they crawl away. That's how I felt. I didn't even know I was supposed to feel like that. Because usually I come out of the procedure and you're on like fentanyl and whatever the hell you guys give people there. Like, hell yeah. The doc gave me some extra to take home. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Doc, he's great. And so I woke up and I was just like, oh, what the hell happened to me? And I mean, there was like, so blood just keeps coming out of the area and all kinds of crazy drainage for like days. We had a hospital bed, a hotel room bed that was covered in just in like World War III. Your movement restrictions are profound because if I lean forward, Dr. Douglas Steinbreck said that he used this term, this hideous a cheese wire effect. When he said that, I was like, ugh, ugh. And so like you can barely move. Pooping is really difficult because you're neither allowed to bend over, so you have to sit down on a toilet completely vertically, which is cool. And also, if you in the first like several days after
Is vegan gains Iron Man donators how respond claim non-heme iron has lower absorption rate and need intake more non-heme iron or have with vitamin C in our diet to absorb more? Can impossible plant-based heme cause it to have same iron absorption? You can absorb iron from plants just fine. That's all you need to know. Okay. You can get iron just fine from plants. And yeah, Impossible Burgers have heme iron, so... I've been talking about this for like 10 years on my YouTube channel, dude. I'm kind of exhausted from people asking me the same like stupid fucking question of how do you respond to people who say you can't get a vitamin on a vegan diet? Like, I don't like I'm kind of done. So, yeah, you can get iron just fine on a fucking vegan diet, dude.
For surgery overstrain, you can get a hematoma. And so, you know, what they did was he cut a 270-degree incision from my hips all the way back around my back, and then did 2 roughly 6-inch vertical incisions kind of in the love handle area, side/back, and then pulled a crap load of skin out of that, did a bunch of liposuction, and then sucked it all back in, etc. And so side-to-side movements, no-go. Front-to-back's no-go. You're just really kind of a zombie. You have to wear the compression garment for like 6 weeks. I wore it in total for altogether 12 of various compression garments. They had the drains, you call like the grenade drains or whatever. Showering is weird. I'll say my first shower was like 5 days after the procedure. Miraculous. Like, you ever gone 5 days without showering other than as a child or whatever? It's a trip. Probably. Right, yeah, camping or some shit like that. And so I thought I would miss training. I wasn't allowed to train for 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, I had another 6 weeks of pretty restricted but full body training. And then after that, they're just like, everything's healed as much as it will on structural grounds. You could just do all. So I'm well into that phase now. But I thought, 6 weeks of no training. By about week 2, I was going to go psychotic because other than taking a few weeks off here and there for healing reasons, for 25 years, I have never taken off more than 2 weeks of training, ever. And for 2 weeks, I didn't want to train because my body felt so screwed up that my brain was like, I don't do anything. And so that was not fun. 2 weeks after that, I felt like, I don't know, I feel a little better, but I don't know how training would work because everything's all fucked up. The last 2 weeks, I was like, if I don't train, man, I don't know what the hell's going to happen. So that was really tough. The amount of pain was really intense. I will say that I ended up taking a new drug that is a non-opioid pain modulator. And it was revelatory. It was unbelievable because like you can only take Vikes and Perks for so long until you're like, am I a drug addict? And this drug just had like 0 side effects as far as I could tell, except on clinical trials. And in my experience, like got the pain down to as much as Vicodin did. It was phenomenal. So the recovery was a real pain in the ass. Way, way harder, way more uncomfortable than any diet I've ever done, than any training. Because like I've had leg workouts where I barely you remember you and I trained legs, you're limping around for like a week. You think like, oh, that's a lot of damage. That's not shit, man. You cut your body up and your body's like, you're done. You know how like in movies when the good guy gets like real hurt and eventually he saves the day, but he's like lying there with a sword and he's like his girl.
I've noticed Mike talks a lot. Like, holy fuck, the super long, just endless rambles. Has he been like talking for 10 minutes straight without like, the other Mike talking? Holy shit, he talks a lot. That is fucking crazy. Like I was kind of zoning out for a little bit, and I'm like, he's still talking. He didn't stop.
girl she's about to get killed, and he's like, and he stabs the guy, and you're like, why doesn't he just like wake up and just, okay, your leg is broken, just be athletic, just have that raw? You can't, because your brain, when it detects mega trauma, is like, you get regressed back into like fetal form. That feeling was weird. I was not ready for that shit. So that
the
was my
surgeon
perception.
didn't talk to you about the pain that you would experience in the rehab.
So I'll tell you something about surgeons. When you've done like hundreds of procedures, maybe thousands, like the best folks have, it becomes so routinized to you that the way you interact about it is very antiseptic. It's just like it's not nonchalant, bereft of any connected emotion. I'm not sure. Also, most of these doctors haven't had surgery themselves, so they can't come at you from like, this is how you're for sure gonna feel. So like, they tell you all the stuff, but here's also the reality I think they're maybe basing this on. They don't tell you much about how fucked up you're going to be, because after 6 weeks, you look back and you're like, that actually went by really fast. And you're in the thick of the recovery, you're like, this is terrible. I also say that many people within the first several weeks post-surgery will be like, I made a huge mistake.
I haven't heard a word he says, and I've been listening the whole time. That's like how I feel. Oh my god, he won't shut up. Why are we listening to this? It's just a long fucking ramble of horse shit. Yeah, I think we're done with that one. Oh my god, that was bad. Son of a bitch.
It started.
Dodo wanted me to watch this. This guy looks annoying. So apparently this guy is some sort of like geneticist or something who's working on reversing aging. Why do all of these age reversal jackasses look like weak little fucking pansies? Like, I don't know. This guy's just like a fucking turbo nerd. I don't know. He just looks annoying to me. And all these age reversal people are just fucking jackasses.
Evolution didn't select for aging. What are you doing? What's your approach to New Limit that you think is likely to find the true cause of aging?
Yeah, so we're working on something called epigenetic reprogramming, which very broadly is using genes called transcription.
Gay. Yeah, I can't fucking listen to him. He's just irritating. Dude, I've had a long day. I just want to fucking sleep. Kind of like done at this point. Moron, donators, do you want to debunk this moron from the same channel Dodo sent? Let me see.
Today I'm chatting with Louis Ballard, who is farm and
Artificial meat is harder than artificial intelligence. I can pretty much guarantee you it was not, or is not. Yeah, factory farming's efficient. What is this? It was a mistake making this about diet.
And I happen to have been vegetarian. I grew up a Hindu, and so I've like never eaten meat. And then I just stayed a vegetarian after I was no longer a Hindu. But then I started prepping to interview you, and I'm like, fuck, this might. Right.
I think it's great when folks want to make a personal diet decision, whether that is.
Oh, he's Australian. Yeah, okay, well, that invalidates anything he says. I don't care. I'm dead serious. No, Australian, go fuck yourself, you're a retard. Every time. Every fucking time. One of these, like, anti-fucking, like, vegan retards who are like, we need farming, Every time they're Australian and they're fucking retarded. Whatever. He's Australian. Everything he says is invalid. Thanks for the donation, though, moron. I cannot be fucked. I am not wasting my fucking time. Yeah, if you're Australian, you're dumb. Everything you say is dumb. There's no reason for me to listen to you.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, we've got some consequential developments here in one of the most watched cases in the entire country. Can you explain what that update was?
Yeah, Brian, there's a lot going on in the Abrego Garcia case. So it was just 48 hours ago that Abrego Garcia walked out of a Tennessee prison a free man after he and his lawyers beat Donald Trump's DOJ lawyers when they tried to detain him in his criminal case in Tennessee. And he won that motion and a judge ordered his release. So Abrego Garcia over the weekend traveled to Maryland. He went home. He was with his wife and his family. And Monday, what happened? Well, he went and checked in with ICE as he was required to do. And of course, they grabbed him and detained him again. And it looks like this detention may be unlawful. Why do I say that?
Like, this is the... this is crazy.
Stephania, shut your mouth, ho, you're Australian. I won't listen to you, you're a retard, shut the fuck up and don't speak, dumb Australian cunt is what your e-boy Richard is saying. Go back to sucking that cock that Michelle from China's pussy was hugging.
That's great, thanks for the donation, not CDG. Imagine being this guy, Abrego Garcia, and for no fucking reason, you have the President of the United States who controls ICE just on your ass arresting you over and over again for no fucking reason? Holy shit, this is crazy. Richard Spearsy, donators, did you watch Christspiracy? No. Cowspiracy? Yes. Seaspiracy? No. Or What the Health? I've seen What the Health. Do you think they're good docs? What the Health was okay. Cowspiracy was okay. Christspiracy, I don't know. I don't know anything about Seaspiracy either. Kip Anderson's next Spiracy project is She-Spiracy is going to link feminism with animal rights. That's fucking stupid. Yeah, that's just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Richard Spearsy.
Well, we are already back in court on Monday, this time in Maryland, in front of Federal District Court Judge Senes. Again, our viewers may remember that it was Judge Senes that was the one who ordered the Trump administration to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from the El Salvadoran prison that he had been unlawfully sent to and returned to the U.S. And Judge Senes' order was affirmed by the Circuit Court of Appeals and affirmed by the Supreme Court, and that is eventually part of what brought Abrego Garcia back to the United States. But then they trumped up this criminal case down in Tennessee, and for the time being, Abrego Garcia beat the DOJ on that one, but now they've grabbed him and put him back in deportation detention. Well, back in court today, and boy, we learned a whole lot about what the Trump administration has been doing in recent hours. For example, here is what they told Abrego Garcia's lawyers. They said, if Abrego Garcia pleads guilty to the federal criminal charges down in Tennessee, you know what we'll do for him? We'll still deport him, and he'll be eligible, subject to deportation. We'll let him go to Costa Rica, and we'll let him be a free man in Costa Rica. However, if he doesn't plead guilty to the trumped-up charges in Tennessee, which...
That sounds illegal. Like you can't do that.
Brian, he maintains his innocence of those charges, and when I read the indictment down there, it looks like some trumped-up bullshit. It does not look like they have the goods to
I fucking can't stand black people, I swear. Smelly little fuckers who just commit crime. Can't stand women. If they didn't have wombs, we would hunt them for sport. Chinese people can't see with their slanty eyes and can't drive straight. I want to hunt blacks.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, literal racist. No troll.
Convict Abrego Garcia, but they said, listen, you defy us, you refuse to plead guilty, you demand your constitutional right to a jury trial in your case in Tennessee, well then, we are going to stuff you on a plane and send you to Uganda. Basically, they are threatening to send him to a more dangerous place. We'll talk about that in a minute if he exercises his constitutional right to a trial. You know, they just can't stop violating Abrego Garcia's constitutional rights, due process, and otherwise. The good news, Brian, is Judge Sines would have none of it. And here is just a very little bit of what she said in that Maryland courtroom today. Judge Sines says she has serious concerns about the claim that DOJ pressured Abrego into a guilty plea by offering him deportation to Costa Rica and threatening deportation to Uganda if he refused.
Yeah, that is
And here
crazy.
is what Judge Sines said, and this is good news for Abrego Garcia and for the rule of law.
Yeah, that sounds so fucking illegal.
She told the DOJ lawyer, a flunky named Drew Ensign, quote, your clients, meaning the Department of Justice and the Trump administration, your clients are absolutely forbidden at this juncture to remove Mr. Abrego Garcia from the continental United States. And the DOJ lawyer said, Your Honor, yes, we certainly understand that. So as of right now, he is again protected by Judge Sines' court order, and I believe they're going to be heading back to court on Wednesday to begin to have a hearing and hash some of this out.
Just a quick note for everybody watching. If you want to stay on top of legal news like this, please subscribe to both of our channels. The links are in this country can't be disappeared to a foreign country, and the administration has opted to do it anyway, despite members of the DOJ in the courtroom saying, yes, we understand this was an administrative error that somebody was sent. In this case, you have a prosecutor saying we completely understand. And so we've been here before. What happens in the event that Trump decides to say, fuck it, we're sending him away anyway, and I'd rather apologize than ask permission?
Yeah, and I wish I could say I would be surprised if they did it, given the direct, language and the concession by the DOJ lawyer today, but nothing surprises me regarding Donald Trump and Pam Bondi's willingness to violate the constitutional rights of pretty much anybody. So what would happen is, again, we would be back in criminal contempt territory, hearings would be held, and DOJ or ICE or Homeland Security officials would run the risk of being held in contempt and potentially prisoned. But, as you say, we've seen this movie before, and it seems like we never make much progress on the contempt front. For any number of reasons, things begin to sort of backslide, or maybe an appeals court tells somebody like Chief Judge Jeb Boasberg, in D.C. federal district court when he tries to move forward with contempt proceedings against the Trump administration and Trump administration officials. A panel two Trump-appointed judges say, no, we don't think you should move forward with contempt proceedings. So listen, Brian, we are in a dogfight. You know, the rule of law and the Constitution seems to hang by a thread every day, and the Trump administration is forever trying to cut that thread. And those of us who are actually loyal to the rule of law and the Constitution, who are still working within the system, are fighting to keep that thread intact and build it stronger.
Glenn, we've spoken about the prospect of contempt, but always present with this threat of contempt is the...
Are they ever going to give up on, like... I feel like they're going to try to just assassinate this guy at some point. Like, it's crazy. They just won't stop. This has been going on for how fucking long with Abrego Garcia? What bodybuilder is closest to the type of physique you want or going for? I have no fucking idea. I'm just trying to look the best that I can look. I want like going on steroids. I wanted to look at least as muscular as Guts from Berserk, but I'm kind of aiming for Kazuya from Tekken 8, but I'm just trying to look the best I can look. You can't look like anybody else. How the fuck am I going to look like Sean Ray when I'm not Sean Ray?
All right, to ask you this, you and I talk so much about, moral equivalency in this war.
It's pain on top of pain. And,
Okay, gay. More gay.
Shots.
Looking forward to MGS3. Looks like it's gonna be good. Quite good.
Here are 5 suboptimal exercises that so-called science-based lifters are always... So there are a lot of valid arguments for sticking to the natural route as a lifter, but in this video we're not going to talk about the usual stuff like the physical health risks or whether it's morally superior to be drug-free versus enhanced. Those are separate discussions, and honestly I really don't give a crap what people choose to do with their own lives in this area, as long as they aren't using it to mislead people by running 5 different compounds and then claiming the gains were from the Test Booster 5000 supplement they're affiliated with. If bodybuilding is your genuine passion, or maybe you compete and make a living from your physique, then obviously do whatever the hell you want. This is meant for the average recreational lifter looking to build a solid...
Go Vegan Rangers, donators, do you like all of the Constitution? Do you agree with every amendment? Which ones would you change or introduce? One for non-human animals, outlawing animal exploitation by humans, anything else? Yeah, it's really the only thing I can really think of. Yeah, just add animals to the human rights code. Thanks for the donation, Go Vegan Rangers.
top 1 to 2% physique, get stronger, be healthier, more confident, but who isn't necessarily trying to do this at some kind of super elite level, which describes the vast majority of people watching this, and it describes myself as well. And I feel like this is more important to talk about now than ever in this age of social media steroid normalization we're going through. PEDs used to be a bit more underground, a bit more taboo to discuss openly, whereas now it's flipped in the complete opposite direction, where it seems like testosterone is just barely one step above creatine. We've got 19-year-olds talking about blasting cycles in their first year of lifting, TikToks glamorizing gear transformations, and it creates this totally warped perception that taking steroids is just a normal part of lifting if you want to get into impressive shape. Now, a lot of people think about PEDs only in terms of the more obvious side effects: acne, hair loss, blood pressure, facial aging, testicular shrinkage. We've all seen those dudes running gear at 27 years old who look more like they're pushing 40. But while steroids can obviously impact your physical state, what most people don't think about before hopping on is how it's going to affect their mental state.
The stupid fucking thing here is, like, you realize there's how many fucking different types of steroids, and you can take them in whatever fucking doses you want. Like, saying, oh, well, this will happen if you take steroids. It's like saying, oh, well, you're going to get your head decapitated and your fucking children are going to die if you drive a car, because I saw somebody get into a car accident. They forgot to change to their winter tires, and then they veered off a cliff, and then they got decapitated and their children died. Do you want to have that happen? Don't ever drive a car. It's like, it's literally what they're fucking claiming.
Skip to 50 seconds in and watch until 122. Scott is based as fuck.
And remember to watch out for Scott. He's a dick.
Have your head smashed in with my new hammer.
This is stupid. I'm telling you, you're making a mistake, kid. Leave the kid alone, Scott. Well, what are we doing following this ice beaner? We've been walking around for hours. Don't worry. If there's one thing Eskimos are good at, it's finding things. Eskimos are good for nothing. I paid one to give me a blowjob once. All she did was rub her nose against my penis for 45 seconds and asked me to pay her. Goddamn polar gooks.
Stop being a dick, Scott!
Oh, that's good. Thanks for the donation, literal racist no troll. If you drive, you will go 100 miles per hour on the city streets. It's so dangerous. Yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's like, if they always pull up examples of people who are doing steroids in the dumbest fucking way imaginable, and then they're like, this is what happens when you use steroids. You know, if you drive a car, you have to go 100 miles per hour in a fucking 30, you know, like, it's stupid.
And how they might end up down a slippery slope they didn't even realize they were signing up for. Now, full disclosure, as a lifetime natural, organic, free-range, grass-fed lifter, I can't speak directly about PEDs from experience. Okay, I'm not saying these things will affect everyone in the same way. I'm sure there are plenty of dudes out there who take steroids, love it, and have no regrets whatsoever. But from what I've seen, there are just as many who definitely don't feel that way, so this is based on the many interactions I've had in 20+ years of lifting.
Yeah, it's because they're fucking dumb. So, like, dumbasses who don't know how these drugs work, and they listen to their, like, stupid gym buddy who's like, oh, go on 500 milligrams of test and do Decabro your first cycle. Yeah, they're gonna get horrible acne, gyno, feel like shit, and then, you know, they have a bad experience.
It's based on my own experience with past bodybuilding obsession and the experiences of other naturals that can be extrapolated to the enhanced side as well, and it's just based on underlying psychological principles that can be applied to any area of life. So let's start with something a lot of people don't even really consider, and this might apply to you if you've ever found yourself on the fence, which is the very real possibility that steroids aren't even gonna do for you what you think they're gonna do for you. And I'm not talking about physical muscle growth. Yes, if you train and eat and then add PEDs into the mix, you're gonna gain significantly more muscle than you would without them. Don't let any of these enhanced guys fool you when they try to downplay it by saying that steroids just help you train harder or recover faster or whatever else. No, steroids are literally a direct stimulus for hypertrophy in and of themselves, even in the absence of training. This has been shown in the research, and anyone who's been in the lifting game long enough has seen more than enough dudes in the gym who blow up in a matter of months once they hop on. It's no different from how the rise in testosterone during puberty results in greater muscle mass, or how someone with chronically low testosterone who gets on TRT gains muscle as well. Steroids obviously work. What I mean is that there's a very real chance
that dude had a really bad hernia.
Gaining all that extra muscle won't even improve your life in the way that you might imagine. Keep in mind that achievement and happiness, whether it's in bodybuilding or your income, social status, or any area of life, they don't increase together in a straight linear fashion, and instead it operates on a diminishing returns curve. In other words, as you progress further and further in a given area, you end up receiving disproportionately less gain from those additional increases. So if you're in a place of pain because you're significantly overweight or skinny or some combination of both, you don't exercise, you eat like shit, you sleep like shit, your weekends primarily revolve around a combination of Uber Eats, anime porn, and natty or not arguments on Reddit, and those things are directly negatively impacting your daily life in terms of physical and mental health, social life, dating life, confidence at school or in the workplace, and then you get onto a proper fitness program and get those things reasonably in order, even if your physique progresses just to average or maybe even a bit above average, that'll have the most significant impact on your well-being out of anything, going from the pain zone into the neutral zone. Then as you progress further to a level where you've put on more muscle, maybe you've gotten leaner as well, and now your physique is what would be considered fairly impressive compared to the general population. You're stronger now, even more confident. That also has some positive impact on your overall life prospects in general.
Dude, I didn't even know this until like going on steroids myself. The way it improves your sense of like well-being. Like, I just feel so fucking good all the time. Like, it's like I was missing things that I see now that I can just fucking appreciate. Like, man, just having a bed to come home to, like, and sleep in rather than, like, I just appreciate things more, you know? Like, I have a bed. Like, I can be indoors and not have to, like, freeze or get rained on or, like, be too hot. Like, just very basic things I feel like I appreciate more. Like, when I go outside, it's like, oh, man, so nice and sunny and the grass is pretty. You know, I was just sitting outside eating rice cakes because I can't eat rice cakes indoors or else my cat will fucking attack me and try to eat my rice cakes. And I was just sitting, looking at, like, the bumblebees, getting pollen out of some flowers. And it's just so good. I'm like, bees are nice. So, like, Sean doesn't really, like, he's never done steroids, so he can't, you know, he doesn't know any personal experience, but it's like, man, the improvement in fucking mood is, and I already had a huge improvement in my mood since I cured my depression last year, and just hopping on test, it just got so much fucking better. It surprised me. The improvement in mood really shocked me. So it's not like what he's saying here is like, oh, don't expect it to like change your life and you feel so much happier because you look better. You just feel happier. It has nothing to do with you looking better. Like, it just, like, everyone has a different experience taking these things. Like, maybe the way my brain works or whatever, like, I'd benefit more mentally than somebody else. But, like, I just feel happier from being on steroids, regardless of, like, the change in my physical appearance. Exalted Vegan donated $2. Which relief would you choose when you go to hell? A 100 trillion year vacation in heaven before returning to eternal suffering, or a magic spoon you can use to dig out of the hole and slowly carve out a better permanent existence in hell and make it more bearable? The spoon. Thanks for the donation, Exalted Vegan.
That'll give you another boost, but probably not as significant as the previous one. And then as you continue down that road, you make even more gains, you get even stronger, even leaner. It just keeps on operating on this diminishing returns principle to where eventually you just kind of get used to it.
By the way, you could make the same argument with natty lifting. This is the reason, like, this is one of the main reasons why I chose to go on gear. You get massive diminishing returns. Like, I got up to a 410-pound bench, way bigger and stronger than I was, you know, even compared to, like, a couple years ago. And the amount of weight and stress and shit from the training, and not having any additional hormonal support to help with, like, healing in between sessions, it's so fucking stressful, and pushing those adaptations further and further, the amount of additional work required and the injury risk and the stress on your fucking body, and to make like a little teeny amount of fucking progress, it's like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, why bother when I have, you know, these drugs here that I know how to use safely at this point, where I can just massively accelerate progress, reduce my injury risk, feel better, have more energy. So you could also make that same argument when it comes to natty lifting, where you end up having such massive diminishing returns for the kind of time investment and risk. Why not just go on gear?
The novelty wears off, and unless you're being financially compensated for it in some way because you're a fitness coach or influencer, or maybe you're doing a little bit of G for P on
steroids are extremely fucking cheap. Like, if we're just talking testosterone, like what, $50 a month? Super fucking cheap. Ridiculously inexpensive. If you're adding growth hormone in the mix, that changes things a little bit. But even then, like in modern times, we're not talking about the 90s when this was like fucking new and being used to treat AIDS patients. Modern times, you can get growth hormone and it's fairly inexpensive. So for a performance enhancing dose, you're talking about like $300 a month. Like a very mild performance enhancing dose. A more moderate performance enhancing dose, that might be $400 or $500 a month. But again, like it just kind of depends, you know, what it's worth to you.
the side. Economy's rough, I'm not judging, but aside from that, it doesn't have very much, if any, direct utility. And as
why do some people get gyno from tests? They're either taking too much or they aromatize a lot. Is it genetic? Partially. Do you take aromatase inhibitors? No.
As you really progress further, believe it or not, it could even have the opposite effect and detract from your well-being, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But the main point here is that if you're just willing to put in the time and effort to train and eat properly and consistently as a natural lifter, if you can get over that need for instant gratification and just put in a few solid years of high-quality training.
So, again, steroids don't really give you instant gratification, and the amount of, if you want to do things safely and effectively, you're not really going to get instant gratification. So again, if you want to like make sure you control your blood pressure, your lipids as much as you possibly can, like you have to eat very, very fucking clean. You have to be strict with your diet. You have to make sure you're hydrating well and drinking water consistently throughout the day. You might also have to like keep track of your blood pressure and take ancillary medications depending on like what doses you're on and how you're reacting. It's not just an instant gratification thing. Like, I guess if you're a fucktard, maybe, but again, this isn't, like, what he's saying just doesn't universally apply.
Training, you can achieve a very solid physique at that upper end to where changing your physique further probably won't affect your happiness very much, if at all. You'll already be getting all the physical and mental health benefits of consistent exercise and good nutrition. You'll have levels of muscle mass and strength probably in the top 1 to 2% of the general population. Same goes for body fat levels as well if you're wanting to stay a bit leaner. And in terms of attractiveness / dating, you'll basically be maxed out there as well, since the truth is that the vast majority of women don't care nearly as much about your physique physique as you might think, beyond you just being in decent athletic shape.
Yeah. Yeah, you say that. That's why Brad Pitt. Yeah, that's why everybody talks about Brad Pitt in Troy or, Fight Club. Sure. Because women don't really care about, like, having a ripped six-pack. That's why they always, like, fucking wet their panties over Brad Pitt.
And in fact, the majority actually find additional muscle and leanness less attractive beyond a certain point. There's a fine line for most women between damn he looks good and damn he looks dehydrated and slightly alarming. But unfortunately, it's really easy to lose sight of all this when you're so absorbed in fitness content every day and you're constantly looking at the most top tier enhanced physiques on the planet. But if you can just take your physique up to, let's say, 80% plus of its natural potential, which again is doable within a few years, you'll be doing very well for yourself. Now, obviously the desire to progress further in a given area that you're serious about is totally normal. Okay, I'm not saying that just because happiness might be maxed out at a certain level of achievement that you shouldn't strive for more. I have areas of my own life where I know that going further isn't realistically going to change my day-to-day life, but I still do it anyway because it provides a sense of purpose and meaning, and it's just fun in general, and you've got to do something with your time before you die, but you do have to weigh it out against the cost involved. And if we're talking specifically about bodybuilding, then up to a certain point, the only way to achieve significantly more physique-wise is to go down the PED route. Yes, you can continue making gains as a natural for a very long time, but the returns will get quite small once you pass roughly the 5-year mark of consistent proper lifting. But still, you've got to ask yourself, is it really worth it to start injecting yourself every week, altering your physiology in such a significant way, dealing with the potential side effects and everything else that comes along with it, just to add some more muscle to your frame that...
Dude, the hair thing is so fucking gay. So first of all, vast majority of men, like we're talking like 99 fucking percent of dudes at some point in their lives are gonna go fucking bald. Like you're gonna lose enough hair where it's like, why in the fuck don't you just like shave it all off? Like Trump, the comb over thing. You're gonna lose your fucking hair anyway. 99% of fucking dudes. Secondly, like really, so there's like cognitive benefits to steroids. Like I've talked about them. Feel way fucking happier, more energetic. Like the mental focus and clarity that you have is way up. Again, you're more jacked. Sexual performance goes up. You have like bigger, harder erections. You feel more from sex. Like, yeah, looking better. It's easier to diet and get through like stressful situations. Oh, but I'll lose my hair. Like, I might go bald 10 years earlier than I would otherwise. Like, really? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, baldness, that's gonna affect you anyway, and like half the fucking men in your age group, chances are fucking bald anyway. Like, by the time you're 30, like, dude, half the fucking, like half of men are already, like, either bald or balding or going bald. And then you're like, yeah, I don't want to be happier and have more energy and be more productive and, like, look better and have a sicker physique and be stronger. I'll lose my hair. Like, fucking give me a break. The acne thing's a bit of a different story, but again, there's a lot of things that affect acne. Like, okay, drinking milk can give you acne. Just because you take steroids doesn't mean you're gonna get fucking acne.
Might be cool for a while, but that ultimately may not make much difference to your life anyway.
There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that steroids increase cancer risk. And shrunken balls, okay, like, who gives a fuck?
You're already in great shape to begin with. The next factor to consider is that even if gaining more muscle beyond your maxed out natty physique genuinely did bring you more joy and satisfaction, it's only going to be temporary.
Dude, that's like another insanely stupid one. Yeah, but if you take steroids, your testicles might shrink. Has anybody ever tried fucking a girl with their balls? Do you ever ask a dude to, like, stick his nuts in your vagina? They're just dangling there. Who fucking cares?
Anyway, because no matter what level of achievement you reach, your brain will always adjust to it and bring you back to baseline, and this is known as the principle of hedonic adaptation. You'll experience a short-term burst of pleasure when you unlock that new goal, but inevitably you're just going to adapt to that level.
Again, that's not so he's not really aware of the kind of mental health and cognitive benefits of steroids. One of the I think the first use of testosterone medically was to treat depression. And in human research, they've tested with doses up to 600 milligrams of testosterone per week for treatment of depression or mental health. And there's a linear curve where the higher the dose of testosterone, the better the report of mental well-being. And it could be the case that there's a higher upper limit than 600 milligrams per day. But again, most people, the higher their testosterone dose, the better they feel. So that's outside of like, oh, I'm getting jacked and you get a high from building more muscle. Like, it's a direct effect of testosterone on your mental health and perception of well-being. Testosterone, it aromatizes and it can increase estrogen in your brain and it can affect dopaminergic response. So it actually does something in your brain that triggers greater sense of well-being.
And probably more quickly than you'd even expect. It'll stop bringing you satisfaction. You'll start comparing yourself to the people at the next level above you, to where your current position doesn't seem all that great anymore, or even just straight up feels inadequate. And the only way to get that next hit is going to be to progress further and climb up to that next level. That's the way our brains evolve, because it's what motivates us to continue striving. And again, this applies to all areas of life, whether it's fitness or money or progressing at a given skill set, even something as simple as playing a video game. I'm sure most of you can relate to that. You put in all this time and effort to level up your character, thinking that once you get the best weapons and superpowers and whatever else, that it's just going to feel so satisfying. But once you finally get there and realize that all you really have now is a fancier cape and a sword that shoots green fireballs, it gets boring very fast, and you're just staring at the screen wondering what to do next. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that as long as you're consciously aware of it and you go about it in a healthy way. Just the process of progressing further at something is enjoyable in and of itself, but the big problem when it comes...
React to these, please.
Let me take a look. Palestinian disposition and death as a result of Zionism reveals genocidal economy, white supremacy. I'm not reading this. I don't fucking care.
The process of pyrolysis, turning things back into fuel, has been around since the beginning of Earth. That's how Earth turned algae and such into crude oil to begin with, right? The only issue with it on a technological level, when we as humans try to develop it, has been its efficiency. It hasn't been worth it energetically, because it would take more energy in than the energy you would get out. So I innovated in the field from standard pyrolysis, which is when you just use a flame to heat things up, or just like resistive coils, like oven heaters pretty much, to heat things up. I'm not the first to do microwave pyrolysis. However, I'm the first to create a design of microwave pyrolysis that is scalable. Scalable on a level.
Yeah, I've seen this guy. He's just like I don't know if this is a grift or if he's like actually an insane fucktard.
Question. Why are there people that are flying flags to countries that they don't want to go back to?
I have an answer, because most people are still proud of where they're from, regardless of the fact that the U.S. has destabilized their government through coups, economic sabotage, and invasion.
Right.
So, man, what are your thoughts on abortion? Oh, wow. That's what it did? Yeah, that's abortion right there. No way. Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. What's that next to it? It's top of the heat. Oh, yeah, that's it's internal organs, some of them. But, yeah, it's very disturbing. Yeah. 9 of them done. I only have 1 kid that got here. Wow. That's can't even express that. I'm glad you got.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Specifically to the world of enhanced bodybuilding, is that there's only one way to unlock that next level, and that's going to be with additional drugs. You've basically got this chemical lever you can pull to guarantee growth at any time, and once you go down that road, it's likely just going to get harder and harder to mentally detach from it. So maybe you do your first cycle, you get that initial increase in muscle, It feels fun for a little while, but where do you go from there once that high wears off? Now you've adapted to that level, it doesn't really satisfy you anymore, you're looking at the dudes who are even bigger and more jacked than you are, and not only will it require more compounds and or higher dosages to get there, but now you're reliant on those drugs just to maintain what you already have, even though it's probably not even satisfying you any longer anyway. So if you're natural right now and you think that just doing one cycle is going to give you that extra muscle that will finally make you feel satisfied, you really need to sit down with yourself and understand that more likely than not, this is just a mental illusion. So why not avoid that process altogether, stay natural, and focus on the things that you can still improve without adding in the drugs.
Fuck that shit. It's all about making more gains, and buddy, I just feel great on fucking gear. If like steroids didn't make you build any muscle, and I only got the mental health benefits from it, I'd still take them. They're fucking great. Like, dude, it's looking back at it. Like, you know, my doctor put me on like a cocktail of different antidepressants and antipsychotic drugs. I've never felt like such a boost in mood on any of those fucking drugs compared to just testosterone. The improvement in my mood from test versus, like, what was I on? Sertraline, Wellbutrin, there's a bunch of other ones. I was on SSRIs, SNRIs, SNDRIs. I think there are 2 different antipsychotics. I've never gotten improvement in mood versus on testosterone. Dodo donated $2. Are Frank sourdough pizzas hand stretched like his hand cranked cookie dough? I bet those pizzas are extremely dry and taste like trash and have his germs all over it. Who in their right mind would buy anything from a shop? Yeah, well, retards. That's who. Yeah, like, it's... Everything is sourdough. Sourdough is disgusting. It tastes like fucking shit. I'm sure some of you have had sourdough before. It's horrendous. The only sourdough that doesn't taste like shit is fake sourdough that isn't actually sourdough. It's just unleavened bread. So everything he's selling is going to taste like fucking trash. Like, imagine that gross, like, sour, acidy tasting taste from sourdough, but in a pizza. Like, what kind of fucking idiot would make sourdough pizza? So, yeah. And Frank is disgusting. Like, he's just a gross idiot. Like, you'd have to be a fucking moron to buy anything from Frank. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You're almost certainly not at your genetic limit in the first place. There's still ways you can progress physique-wise, even if it does happen at a much slower rate. You probably have certain muscle groups that are slightly behind and could be given more focus. There are definitely ways you can progress strength-wise because the window for that is pretty large and there are so many different movements you can work on, or you could even consider adding other elements into your program beyond just aesthetics or pure strength. Maybe something like calisthenics or weightlifting, improving cardiovascular fitness, sprinting, jumping, or maybe some other skill like a martial art. Just something fitness-related that you can continue to improve at versus just trying to endlessly increase the thickness of the medial head of your triceps. And this is all especially true considering this last point that most people are totally unaware of, which is that not only is taking your physique further and further to the extreme not guaranteed to improve your quality of life, but it could literally make it worse. And again, we're talking purely psychological without even bringing the health side into it. You might think that just having more muscle and more strength and more leanness is automatically all upside, but in a lot of ways it can just make you more neurotic.
Name one downside to looking like this. I'll wait. Name one fucking downside. So, no, I like the fucking steroid gains. I'm enjoying it.
More obsessive.
Do you have to stay on gear forever now? Well, I'm not going to live forever, so unless I become an immortal, infinite being, I don't see myself being on steroids forever because I'm going to fucking die. And I don't know why. What do you mean I have to be on steroids forever now? What, is there going to be a gun pointed to my head? Is there like some sort of monster in my closet that's going to kill me if I stop doing steroids?
Standing there in the bathroom mirror at 1 a.m. trying to figure out if your left and right pecs truly are symmetrical or if the left one is 3% smaller. It's not uncommon for body dys.
Yeah, dude, that same thing happens when you're natural, so I don't know what steroids do to make you scrutinize your physique more.
Dysmorphia to get even worse as your physique progresses further, and this can easily become a source of stress and insecurity that detracts from your mental health rather than adding to it, and PEDs aside, this can even happen as a
No, I literally have no fucking idea what you mean. What the fuck do you mean?
natural lifter. I mean, speaking from my own experience back during the first probably 8 to 10 years or so of training when I took bodybuilding really seriously, and it was basically an all-consuming passion for me, I was definitely bigger and quite a bit stronger than I am now, but I can say for sure that while the process of striving for those higher goals was enjoyable at the time,
I mean, for the rest of your life, I still don't understand what you mean. Like, what would force me to be on steroids for the rest of my life? Is there a monster hiding in my closet that's going to kill me when I'm sleeping if I don't do steroids? Like, I can come off or I can do whatever fucking drugs I want at any point in time. If I want to get addicted to fucking heroin or crystal meth, I can do that. And I could stop doing those drugs if I want. Same with fucking steroids, same with anything. Like, guess what? I don't drink alcohol. If I drank alcohol once, I wouldn't have to keep doing it, would I? Like, oh, vegangains, you had a night out with your friends, you had a bit of whiskey. Are you gonna have to keep doing that? Like, what kind of fucking question is that?
I wouldn't say that I was objectively happier, and in many ways I was worse off because of that added stress of being totally consumed by, you know, every 1/8 of an inch on my arms, or every 0.5% of body fat, or 2.5 extra pounds on the bar, having to eat so much food to maintain my weight, revolving my life around my training and diet to such a huge degree, much less flexible social life, higher levels of comparison anxiety with other guys at the gym and online.
Holy shit, like, buddy, if you just want to ask if, like, you're gonna have hypogonadism from going off gear, then just fucking ask that. Holy shit. Does everything somebody asks me have to be fucking cryptic and I have to, like, ask 10 different fucking questions to get to what you actually mean? If all you wanted me to answer was, do you have to stay on gear to avoid hypogonadism, then just fucking ask that. Like, yeah, like, it kind of depends. Like, some people can just stay on for very long durations of time, come off, and then after a few months, they're fine. So, rule of thumb is the longer you're on steroids and the more you take, the less likely your hormones are going to return to normal. But generally speaking, yeah, people are able to get back to normal hormone levels after coming off. But why would you ever come off? There's no point.
Whereas now, I still train hard, I still take the gym seriously, but not to that same degree. I'm not excessively wrapped up in my physique aesthetics, my focus is diffused onto other areas of life. I have more lifestyle freedom because I'm not counting every single calorie or feeling like my world is going to implode if I miss a workout. I'm actually more confident now than I've ever been despite being physically smaller, so just keep in mind that more muscle or less body fat doesn't automatically equal a better quality of life. There are always trade-offs involved with anything you do, and don't think that having this super jacked physique is just going to have you walking around feeling permanently amazing, because not only is it possible that it won't make you happier at all, but it could even have the opposite effect, and this is
there's a reason why so many dudes, once they hop on gear, they never stop. And it's not just because, like, the amount of people who look like shit, honestly, when they're on steroids is staggering. Like, I'm sure you've all seen people who have, like, even horrible side effects. Like, they end up getting crazy fucking back acne. They haven't even gained any muscle, and they look like crap, and then you're like, why in the fuck are they still on? It's because of the mental benefits they're experiencing. They just feel so much fucking better, they're willing to tolerate shit like acne, and not even making any more fucking gains. So, like, when he's saying this, that, oh, you're not going to be happier on steroids, like, There's a reason why people stay on them, even when they don't get much, like, actual aesthetic benefits from them, where they barely gain any muscle, and then they end up getting horrible fucking acne all over the place. It's because they just make you feel that fucking good. So, yeah, the mental health benefits are beyond just, oh, I look better, I have more muscle. It's like an actual direct, like, I don't know, chemical or neurotransmitter effect in your brain.
It's all going to be amplified further when it's hinging on the use of drugs. So I hope this was helpful, and if you are committed to building muscle naturally and want to maximize your gains in a healthy, sustainable way, make sure to check out my new TrainWise app. This condenses my 20+ years of lifting and coaching experience.
Oh, yeah.
Mayoral frontrunner Zoran Mamdani bench pressed 135 pounds bench pressed during a New York's men's
I don't even think it was 135. I'm pretty confident it was only 95 pounds.
Day event. Let's take a look, shall we?
Ooh, this was cringy when I first saw it, but here we go.
Yeah, it is kind of weird to me that more people haven't really talked about the mental health benefits from being on gear. I know a lot of people personally who went on TRT and actually talked about having huge mental health benefits. But I don't really see many people online talking about it. I don't know if it has something to do with, like, the interest of why they took gear, or maybe they've just been on it for so long they just don't notice it, or maybe they're just not, like, I don't know, maybe they just haven't really been, they've never had mental health issues before, where, like, I was severely depressed, so, like, I'm always hyper aware of, like, how I feel. Whereas they're just not really thinking about it. I have no idea, but it's shocking how much of an improvement to the my mood I've had from going on. And I was doing really good. Like, for the last year, I cured my depression and I was feeling really good, and it was shocking how much more of an improvement it made.
So you're half nigger aka part monkey, autistic as fuck, vaccinated, and you are adding these steroids to rot your brain even more. Niggas, stay the fuck away from these chemicals because they frying your brain. You're gonna end up like Schnitzel from Chowder.
I think I'm gonna stay on. But thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
This is how you move up in the polls?
This is how you move up in the polls! Yeah!
Alright. Form is not the worst yet.
Yeah! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Yeah! Let me get one
Didn't
more.
touch his chest.
Oh, it's so cringy. Oh, that leg.
Oh, what's he doing with this thing?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, I'm so...
What a weak fucking loser. Jeez.
I'm not even like... I'm not even...
Thought about the mental health benefits. I'm actually considering TRT if my T is low. Part of what made me ask. You know, unfortunately, there really should be more research on this. But I know, what was it? I think it was the Framingham study. They actually measured men's testosterone over the course of the study, and they came up with a range of like 250 to, I think, 1100 being the normal range, with 1100 being really high and like 250 being really low. But they found that the higher, like the men who were at the high end of the range, like around 1000, they had the like, you know, least health issues, and then the men at the low end of the range, they tended to be older and had the most health issues. But as you aged, they noticed the men with the higher test, you know, had better health outcomes. So like I really wish there was more research on this. Like maybe over time, especially with the popularity of these TRT clinics, like this stuff will come out, but again, testosterone comes with side effects, but assuming you can manage the side effects effectively, particularly high blood pressure, increased, blood volume, there's a good chance, like, you can extend, like, not only life expectancy, but extend your health span. Or rather than being like some frail, weak old man who just sits in his couch, like you can just stay big and strong and fit and active into old age. So like all these, like a lot of people are walking around with like around 500 tests. It may be the case that like most people should just go on testosterone and be at like 1000 or more. I don't know though. I'm not sure, but yeah, I fucking love being on testosterone. It's fucking great.
What is the largest doses of test/mastron/GH should someone who only cares about being a giga chat safely and doesn't want to compete in bodybuilding strongman boxing act?
It entirely depends on the individual. There's no safe upper limit, so it depends on what side effects you're experiencing. Everyone has their own tolerance. Thanks for the donation. Stop asking dumb questions. Do you have to take test and HGH together? No. Or can I just take test and make gains? You can just take test. You will probably benefit a lot from taking growth hormone on top of it, though. Growth hormone's amazing for sleep. Like, you just get great sleep from growth hormone. Son Goku donate tellers, my fault if the link doesn't work. GPT-5 outperforms doctors with 95% score on a med QA test. That's not particularly surprising. Yeah, that's not surprising. Doctors are fucking dumbasses who don't know shit. So, you know, even before AI, things were already at a point where you're better off just literally Googling the symptoms you have and then diagnosing yourself. But yeah, now it's like the only real reason you ever need to go to a fucking doctor anymore is like, one, if there's like a serious accident or injury, like you're just in a car wreck and you need like life-saving operation or something, or because they're the roadblock to getting whatever like medication you need. So it's like you use, you know, Chat GPT. Oh, you have this disease, you need this medication. Well, you can't just order it online. Because, you know, the whole pharmaceutical industry is a fucking racket. So, oh, I gotta make a fucking appointment with the doctor. Oh, you can't see him until fucking 3 weeks from now. It's gonna be a fucking fee to see him, and it's not covered by insurance. And the medication is like a fucking thing that you have to like ask your insurance company for if they fucking cover that. No, they don't. And you have to pay out of, like, you know. So that's the only reason really you'd ever need to go to a doctor at this point. It's it's either because you literally have to because you need a life-saving operation, or they're just a roadblock for you getting care that you really don't need them for. It's just, again, the pharmaceutical industry is a fucking racket.
You're making fun of me. I'm just embarrassed for him.
Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku.
Yeah, that wasn't good. That was not good at all.
Okay. Before we comment though, we want to make a clarification because there was some people in the comments saying that it wasn't 135. Here's the close-up that we found. It for sure is 135.
Okay,
got 45 on this
135.
side. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a 45 plate on the other side. That'd be weird if they didn't. There's
Right,
no
and
way.
the bar itself is 45 pounds. So
Right,
add it up.
unless yeah. So it's 135.
Before we start poking fun at him, let's give our credentials. I think this is appropriate, right?
Sure. I've only started working out recently, like the last couple of years. I think what I can bench, like I don't do flat bench. I think the last time I did it, I benched one.
Dead hangs are isometric, so no, they're not going to do this, like give you the same adaptation as using like captains of crush grippers.
150. Right now, I do incline. I do a plate and then like 5 on each side, maybe 10 on each side, extra. So that's like what 155.
Plate and yeah, roughly.
155 on incline when I do incline, but I usually do incline dumbbell. But Satirius, tell him.
I am able to do 2 plates.
Please explain the hypogonadal part, please. If you take testosterone, your body's going to stop its own natural testosterone production. So if you stop taking testosterone, then your body's going to have to, you know, take some time to get going again. And if you've been on steroids for a very prolonged period of time and you're genetically susceptible, you might stay hypogonadal.
That 215.
That is all. 225.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I'm not a gym bro.
I don't think either of us are gym bros. Let's just say that for sure.
I think in the way people use that word, no, not necessarily, but I think you would kind of qualify as a gym bro if you were going off of a different definition. I don't know how to explain it. Never mind.
I've been lifting for a while. I'm well acquainted. I know what I'm doing. And that is all.
His form is impeccable. The weight he moves is insane for his size, and he was like this close to competing, but he just didn't want to put that.
Yep.
Oh snap! He's not
Granted,
touching the,
he's still a spotter.
he's not touching the thing. The guy's still spotting him.
Yeah. But at least
Eric Adams, like, yeah, he's 64. Like, and he's using better technique, and he's got a guy helping him way less. Like, dude, that is pathetic. You know, it's always the case that these fucking communist, like, whack jobs, they're always the biggest fucking weenie-ass bitch weak pussies. They always are, without fail. Like, you never see any fucking big, jacked, hard dude who's, you know, like, got the political views Zoran Mamdani has, where, let's make everybody free because money's evil and capitalism bad. You never see that. They're always these weak bitch little weenies.
The guy's still spotting him.
Yeah. But at least you could see that he's carrying most of the weight here. Right?
Yeah, you can tell.
Eric, you're still doing it wrong.
Is it the same guy?
Yeah, that's pathetic. All right, well, it is late. Good news is, though, I do not have to train tomorrow. It's a rest day, so I'll probably do early stream. We're gonna mostly do gaming or something. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I should see you all tomorrow. Or technically later today, because it's 1 a.m. Am I going to play the new Shinobi? Yeah, probably. Don't see why not. But thanks again, everybody. Sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow.